Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Dottie. The low thrum of a bass-boosted Jingle Bell rock vibrates through the soles of my sensible yet chic ankle boots. It's the kind of sound that promises a migraine later, but for now it's the heartbeat of a successful event. Or, at least, an event that looks successful. From my vantage point near a ridiculously oversized poinsettia display, I can see it all. The sea of expensive suits and sequin dresses, the glitter of the faux snow dusting the chandeliers, the buttery glow of the $1,000 uplighting I fought tooth and nail to keep in the budget. Everything is moving according to the 10-page master schedule clipped to my tablet. The catering staff glides through the crowd, their silver trays laden with bacon-wrapped figs. The ice sculpture, a surprisingly elegant reindeer that cost more than my monthly rent, is melting at precisely the predicted rate. I'm a conductor, and this corporate holiday party is my orchestra. A chaotic, slightly drunk orchestra, but mine nonetheless. My phone buzzes in my blazer pocket, a vibration customized for one person only. I slip behind a velvet curtain that smells faintly of dust and pine-scented air freshener. Everything okay, Mrs. Gable? I keep my voice low. Right as rain, dear. Her cheerful voice crackles through the phone. Angela just finished her drawing. It's a portrait of you as a superhero. You have a cape made of spreadsheets. A laugh, small and genuine, escapes my throat. It feels foreign in this high-strung atmosphere. My secret identity is out. Is she giving you any trouble with bedtime? Not a peep. She laid out her pajamas, the ones with the little snowmen on them, and told me she has a very important business meeting in Dreamland. Said she learned it from her Aunt Dottie. A warmth spreads through my belly, potent and immediate. It's the fuel that gets me through nights like this. I owe you my life and at least 3 extra hours on your check. Nonsense. You just get home safe. We hang up, and I take a moment to press my forehead against the cool glass of the window behind the curtain. Outside, snow flurries dance in the orange glow of the city streetlights. For just a second, the exhaustion hits me like an object on my shoulders. This gig pays well enough to cover our bills for the next 3 months, and maybe even get Angela that ridiculously large unicorn she wants for Christmas. But it's just one gig. My business is still hanging on by a thread, and my dreams of stability feel as distant as ever. Excuse me. The voice is quiet, but carries an edge of command that slices through my private moment. I turn, smoothing down my blazer, my professional smile clicking into place. And then I see him. He's tall, dressed in a charcoal suit, so perfectly tailored it looks like it was stitched onto his body. His hair is dark, his jaw is sharp, and his eyes are a startling, intense blue. They're also narrowed at me, radiating a level of displeasure that seems wildly out of place amidst the festive cheer. This must be the client, the big one, the one whose company logo is plastered on everything that isn't moving. Is there a problem? I ask, my voice even and calm. He gestures vaguely toward the bar. The Pinot Grigio is 2 degrees too warm. I blink. He can't be serious. I can assure you, sir, our caterers use state-of-the-art coolers. I did not ask about your caterer's equipment. His voice is flat, devoid of emotion. I am stating a fact. The wine is improperly chilled. It affects the acidity. God, give me strength. I'll speak to the bartender immediately. See that you do. He doesn't move. His gaze sweeps over me, dismissive and assessing, and my smile feels tight at the edges. This is the part of the job I hate. The condescension from men who think their net worth gives them a PhD in everything. I just need him to move so I can handle this ridiculous non-issue. But he's still standing there, a thundercloud in a $1,000 suit, drawing focus. And that's when I see the server. A young kid, maybe 19, with a face full of acne and nerves. He's carrying a tray loaded with flutes for the champagne tower, and his eyes are fixed on the intimidating man in front of me. The client. My client. The kid's focus is split. He's trying to navigate the crowd while also clearly being intimidated by the storm of negative energy radiating from Mr. Perfect's suit. He takes one step too close. His shoe catches on the edge of a rug, and the world shifts into slow motion. The tray tilts. A single glass slides, hitting another with a delicate clink that is swallowed by the music. Then the whole thing goes. The crash is spectacular. A tidal wave of shattering glass and golden champagne erupts from the 10-tier tower. Gasps ripple through the room. The music screeches to a halt. For a single horrifying moment, the only sound is the fizz of expensive champagne soaking into a Persian rug I definitely did not budget to replace. My gaze snaps to the man in front of me. His face is a mask of pure, unadulterated disgust. His jaw is clenched so tight I can see the muscle jump. He looks at the mess, then at the terrified server who is frozen in a sea of his own making, and then his cold blue eyes land back on me. He doesn't say a word. He doesn't have to. The look says it all. This is your failure. Every instinct in my body screams. I want to tell him that if he hadn't been standing here being an arrogant prick about wine temperature, none of this would have happened. But I don't. Instead, a strange calm settles over me. This is what I do. I fix chaos. I raise my hand to my headset, my voice coming out clear and steady. Cleanup crew to the main hall, west corner. Bring the large spill kit. Marco, get the backup sound system cued. I want music back on in 60 seconds. I turn to the client's horrified liaison, who looks like she's about to cry. It's just glass and liquid, Helen. We have a full backup of champagne in the kitchen. We'll have a new, smaller tower built in 20 minutes. Then I walk over to the server. The poor kid is shaking, his face pale. Hey, I say softly, putting a hand on his arm. It's okay, no one's hurt. I need you to go to the back and take a 15-minute break. Get some water. He just stares at me, eyes wide with panic. I'm so sorry, Miss Adley, It's Dottie, and it was an accident. Now go. He nods, looking profoundly grateful, and scurries away. My hand drops from his arm and finds a misplaced place card on a nearby cocktail table. My fingers smooth its crisp edge, nudging it 1/4 of an inch to the left until it's perfectly aligned with the corner. An island of order in a sea of nonsense. My internal monologue, however, is a string of curses that would make a sailor blush. Damn it. The mess is already being contained. My team is that good. The murmuring crowd is starting to turn back to their conversations as the DJ, bless his heart, fades in a gentle, instrumental version of White Christmas, crisis being averted. I feel a presence beside me and turn. It's Ben, my lead bartender, wiping his hands on a towel. Hell of a crash, he says, his eyes finding the grumpy billionaire who is now speaking in low, sharp tones to his liaison. What was that guy's problem anyway? Apparently, I say, my voice dripping with forced professionalism. The Pinot Grigio was 2 degrees too warm. Ben snorts. What a jerk. The biggest. I agree, watching as the man turns and stalks toward the exit without a backward glance. Good riddance. Do you know who that was? Ben asks, an odd note in his voice. I shake my head, my focus already shifting back to the revised timeline in my head. No idea. Just another rich client with a God complex. Ben lets out a low whistle. Dottie. That was Dennis Weaver. You know, the tech billionaire. Weaver Industries. He owns this whole damn building. The name hangs in the air. Dennis Weaver. I've seen it in business journals. Heard it whispered in tones of awe and envy. A name synonymous with untouchable wealth and ruthless efficiency. And he thinks my wine is too warm. My chest feels tight, like my bra is suddenly 2 sizes too small.
Chapter 2. Dennis. It is, to be blunt, the most sentimental piece of legal nonsense I have ever encountered. I keep my gaze fixed on the cityscape 50 stories below, a silent, sprawling circuit board of glass and steel. I do not look at Mr. Abernathy, my family's lawyer for the past 40 years. If I do, the carefully constructed calm I am projecting will shatter. My thumb taps a frantic, silent rhythm against my forefinger. Your grandfather was a man of deep feeling, Dennis, Abernathy says, his tone laced with the condescending pity of an old man who thinks he understands me. He does not. My grandfather was a pragmatist who built an empire from a single plot of land. This, I say, gesturing toward the cream-colored document on my obsidian desk without looking at it, is not pragmatic. It is a joke. A joke with the deed to Weaver's wintergreen as the punchline. The clause is ironclad. A stable, loving relationship. His words. I finally turn from the window. Abernathy is an artifact, with his tweed jacket and a fountain pen peeking from his pocket. He is a relic of a world I have actively worked to escape. And who, precisely, is the arbiter of what constitutes loving? I ask, my voice dangerously quiet. Is there a checklist, a required number of public displays of affection per week? The family, he says unmoved, to their satisfaction, by noon, Christmas Day. 3 weeks. He has left me with an impossible, illogical problem governed by the most volatile and irrational of all metrics. Emotion. My thumb taps faster. This is not a negotiation. It is a cage. Thank you for the clarification, Abernathy, I say, the words a dismissal. Your services are no longer required today. He has the decency to look slightly offended. He pushes himself out of the leather chair, collecting his briefcase. He loved you very much, Dennis. He just wanted you to be happy. Happiness is a dividend, not a business strategy, I state, turning back to the window. I hear him sigh, the sound of an old man's disappointment, before the door to my office opens and closes with a soft, hydraulic hiss. Silence. The sterile quiet of the room presses in. I pace the entire length of the office, from the window to the barren wall that holds a single, abstract painting. This is my space. Controlled, orderly, efficient. And my grandfather's sentimental nonsense has just thrown a grenade into the middle of it. My fist clenches. The farm is the only thing I ever asked for. Not the company, not the portfolio. Just the quiet acres of pine trees and the old house that smells of wood smoke and gingerbread. The only place where the name Weaver felt like a blanket, not a brand. I can still feel the rough bark of a fir tree under my small hands, my grandfather standing behind me, his voice a low rumble. They're living things, Danny. You have to listen to what they need. He has tethered the only piece of my past I care about to a future I have no interest in building. The tapping of my thumb accelerates. A real relationship is out of the question. The timeline is impractical. The emotional messiness is unacceptable. This is not a personal problem. It is a logistical one. A short-term vacancy that needs to be filled by a qualified professional, a contractor. My mind cycles through possibilities and discards them. Actresses are too dramatic. Models are unreliable. Anyone from my own circle would bring complications, expectations. I require competence, discretion, and a believable performance. And most importantly, a clean exit. Then an image surfaces from the chaos of last night's obligatory corporate event. The toppled champagne tower, the collective gasp, the spreading stain of failure on a priceless rug. I felt nothing but irritation at the breakdown of order. But then, she moved. The event planner. I did not catch her name at the time, but the image of her is perfectly clear. She did not panic. She did not cry or defer to a male superior. In the center of a sudden, expensive crisis, she became a point of absolute calm and control. Her voice crisp and authoritative, issuing orders. Her posture straight and unflinching. She managed the staff, the clients, and the collateral damage with the terrifying efficiency I would expect from my best project managers. I stopped pacing and pressed the intercom on my desk. "Claire?" "Yes, Mr. Weaver." Her voice is immediate, professional. "Come in." The door opens and my assistant enters. She is, like everything in my life, a model of efficiency. She holds a tablet in her hands, her expression neutral. "Last night's corporate event at the Azure Ballroom," I begin, not bothering with pleasantries. "There was an incident with the champagne tower." "Yes, sir. I have the preliminary damage report from the venue." "I'm not interested in the damages." I stop her before she can elaborate. The event planner, a woman. She managed the situation. I picture her for a moment, the calm authority in her eyes, the severe line of her dark blazer, the way she moved with a purpose that silenced the chaos around her. Dark hair, brown skin, tall. Find out who she is. I want a full workup. Business financials, personal history, everything. I want it in 30 minutes. "Yes, Mr. Weaver." She does not blink. She does not question the request or the timeline. She simply nods and retreats, the door hissing shut behind her. I sit at my desk and attempt to work. I stare at market projections, at data streams flowing across my monitor, but the numbers blur into meaninglessness. All I see is that absurd clause. A stable, loving relationship. It is a problem that cannot be solved with capital or code, which means I have to find a different kind of solution. A loophole. A contractor. Exactly 28 minutes later, Claire re-enters and places a thin gray folder on my desk. "Dorothy Adley," she says. "DBA Adley Events, LLC. Everything you requested is inside. Thank you, Claire. Clear my schedule for the rest of the day." "Of course, sir." She vanishes. I am alone with the solution. I open it. Her face looks back at me from a professional headshot. Warm, intelligent eyes. A smile that is genuine but holds something in reserve. She is a beautiful woman. The planes of her face are elegant, her skin a smooth, rich brown that seemed to absorb the light in that ballroom. An objective assessment. Her physical appearance is an asset. She is presentable, aesthetically pleasing. No one in my family would question my attraction to her. In fact, bringing home a stunning, accomplished black woman would likely be seen by my grandmother as a sign of emotional maturity. Another variable in my favor. Then I get to the data. Her event planning business is barely afloat, propped up by high-interest loans. She has no living parents. Her only next of kin is a 7-year-old niece, Angela, for whom she is the sole legal guardian. There it is, the point of leverage. She is trapped by debt, by responsibility, by love for this child. She needs a lifeline. And I, conveniently, have one to offer. Her competence is a given. I witnessed it myself. Her desperation, according to this file, is a mathematical certainty. She is the perfect candidate. I close the folder. The frenetic tapping of my thumb finally stops. My grandfather wanted me to find a partner. He wanted me to find love. He made the mistake of assuming I would follow his sentimental, inefficient rules. But I am not him. I am a man who solves problems. Dorothy Adley is the solution to this one. I stand, grabbing my coat. I do not need to call her. A proposal of this magnitude, this intimacy, requires a personal touch. It is a transaction that needs to be handled face to face. I walk out of my silent office, leaving the will and the file on my desk. I know her address. I'm going to make Ms. Adley a business proposition she cannot afford to refuse.
Chapter 3. Dottie. The stack of bills on my kitchen counter seems to be breeding. I swear there were only 5 of them yesterday. Now, a whole menacing flock of windowed envelopes is staring at me, each one a paper-thin monument to how far I am from where I'm supposed to be. I'm running a business on fumes and a prayer, and the prayer is starting to wear thin. After putting Angela to bed, a process involving a dramatic retelling of The 3 Little Pigs, where the wolf just needed a friend, a bone-deep weariness has settled into my joints. My apartment is my sanctuary, small and a little worn around the edges, but it's ours. It smells like the cinnamon apple candle I splurged on and looks like home. Angela's glittery art projects are taped to the fridge, a pile of her library books sits on the coffee table, and my worn floral armchair is permanently molded to the shape of my body. It's a life built from love and sheer force of will. A knock sounds at the door. Not a casual tap, but a firm, deliberate rap that echoes in the quiet apartment. It's too late for a package, and Mrs. Gable would have called. I peer through the peephole, and the breath catches in my throat. It's him, the jerk from the party, Dennis Weaver. Here, on my less than luxurious welcome mat. For a wild second, I consider not opening the door, just pretending I'm not home, leaving the tech billionaire to cool his heels in my decidedly non-billionaire hallway. But that would be unprofessional, and besides, my curiosity is a sharp, insistent thing. I unlatch the 3 locks my landlord swears are necessary and pull the door open a few inches. Mr. Weaver, I keep my voice flat. This is a surprise. Miss Adley. He doesn't smile. I'm not sure his face knows how. May I have a moment of your time? I have a business proposal to discuss. He's even more imposing up close, without the buffer of a crowded ballroom. He seems to take up all the air and light in the hallway, his shoulders broad under a ridiculously expensive-looking black wool coat. The cold night air clings to him, an invisible, crackling aura of wealth and power. I'm not sure what business we could have, I say, but I'm already stepping back, opening the door wider. It's an involuntary reflex, the event planner in me unable to be completely rude to a potential client, even one who complains about wine. He steps inside, and my small, cozy living room instantly feels smaller, like a dollhouse he's just invaded. He moves with a quiet, deliberate grace that is somehow more intimidating than noise. His intense blue eyes do a swift, sweeping inventory of my space, the worn sofa, the crooked stack of mail I need to sort, the framed photo of me and my sister on the bookshelf. His gaze misses nothing, and I feel a sudden hot flush of defensiveness. Please, have a seat, I say, the words feeling formal and ridiculous in my own home. He remains standing. That will not be necessary. I prefer to be direct. He shrugs off his coat, revealing the same kind of perfect dark suit he wore at the party. He lays the coat over the back of my floral armchair, as if it were a throne. The scent of him fills the room. Not a cheap, overpowering cologne, but something subtle and ruinously expensive. Sandalwood and cold, hard cash. I have a problem, Miss Adley, he begins, his voice a low, even timbre. And I believe you are the solution. As he speaks, I can't help but watch his mouth. It's a fascinating thing, sharply defined, with a full lower lip that seems at odds with the perpetual severity of his expression. There's a faint, pale scar bisecting the edge of his upper lip, almost invisible, and I have the absurd thought of what it would feel like under my thumb. Jesus, Dottie, get a grip. The man is here to complain about another beverage, not to be the subject of your dry spell-induced fantasies. My problem, he continues, oblivious to my internal meltdown, is that I am required to be in a stable, loving relationship by Christmas Day. I wait for the punchline. It doesn't come. Okay, I say slowly. And you came to an event planner for dating advice? My services don't typically cover that. I am not seeking advice. A flicker of something, impatience maybe, crosses his face. I am seeking to hire a professional for a short-term contract. I require a fiancée for 3 weeks. The role will require you to accompany me to my family's Christmas tree farm in Vermont and perform the part of my devoted partner. The sheer, unadulterated audacity of it all hits me. Laughter bubbles up, a sharp, incredulous sound. You want to hire a fake fiancé? Mr. Weaver, I think you have me confused with someone who answers casting calls. My hand finds the stack of mail on the end table, my fingers automatically starting to straighten the crooked edges. Order out of chaos. And this is chaos. I witnessed your performance last night, he says, his gaze unwavering. You are poised under pressure, an expert at crisis management, and you are presentable. You are a believable candidate. Presentable? The word lands like a slap. You're damn right I'm presentable. I'm also not for rent. My pride is a hot, sharp thing in my chest. I'm ready to show him the door. The compensation for your 3 weeks of service, he says, cutting through my anger with surgical precision, will be $250,000. The number drops into the room and sucks all the air out. $250,000. The bills on my counter seem to laugh at me. That number isn't just money. It's a new life. It's every debt I have, paid in full. It's the seed money for the business I've dreamed of. It's a down payment on a small house, a yard for Angela to play in. It's security. It's a breath of air after years of feeling like I'm drowning. My anger deflates, replaced by a cold, dizzying calculus. My fingers are still on the mail, but they've stopped moving. Why me? I finally managed to ask, my voice a hoarse whisper. You are a stranger. This ensures a clean exit with no emotional entanglement. And according to my research, you are uniquely positioned to appreciate the value of this offer. He knows. Of course he knows. A man like Dennis Weaver wouldn't walk in here without having a full dossier. He knows about the loans, the bills, the tightrope I walk every single day. He's not just making an offer. He's exploiting a weakness he already identified. The thought is both humiliating and brutally effective. I have one card left to play, one solid, immovable obstacle. I can't, I say, and the finality in my voice is real. I have a niece, a 7-year-old girl. I'm her guardian, and I'm the only one she has since her parents' death. I can't just leave her for 3 weeks, especially not over Christmas. I wait for him to concede, to see the impossibility and leave. Dennis Weaver doesn't even blink. That is not a problem, he says, his tone unchanged. The child will come with us. My family will be delighted. A family-oriented woman with a child will only enhance the narrative's authenticity. He says the child like he's talking about an accessory, an extra piece of luggage. And just like that, he's kicked my last leg out from under me. There are no more excuses. Just my wounded pride on one side and $250,000 on the other. My gaze drifts to the bookshelf, to the silver frame holding my favorite picture. It's from years ago, me and my sister Maya grinning, our arms around each other. Tucked into the corner is a smaller, more recent photo of Angela, her smile a miniature, perfect replica of her mother's. I made a promise to Maya that I would give her daughter the world, a safe, stable, happy world. And the man standing in my living room, with his cold eyes and his even colder proposal, is offering me the chance to buy it. I pull my eyes away from the photo and look at him, really look at him. He's waiting, his expression unreadable, his hands clasped behind his back. He's a devil offering a deal, and I'm all out of holy water. I take a deep, shuddering breath, the smell of cinnamon and sandalwood filling my lungs. It feels like a surrender. Fine, I say, the word tasting like ash in my mouth. I'll do it.
Chapter 4. Dennis. Punctuality is a form of respect. It is a non-negotiable principle upon which I have built my entire life. My car, a silent black machine of German engineering, has been idling at the curb in front of Ms. Adley's apartment building for precisely 4 minutes. We were scheduled to depart at 0800 hours. It is now 0804. My thumb taps against my forefinger. An insignificant delay, but a delay nonetheless. It is a deviation from the plan. I do not like deviations. The main door of the building finally swings open, and Dorothy Adley emerges. She's juggling 2 large suitcases, a tote bag slung over her shoulder, and she is holding the hand of the child. The child. In the abstract, she was a logistical addendum to the contract, a simple +1. In reality, she is a chaotic explosion of color. She wears a bright pink winter coat adorned with a silver unicorn horn on the hood, rainbow-striped mittens, and boots that light up with every step. She is the visual embodiment of messiness. Miss Adley, Dottie, I must remember to call her Dottie now, looks tired but composed. She gives me a tight, professional smile as she approaches. Good morning. Sorry we're a few minutes behind. 4 minutes, I state, my voice flat. I get out of the car and open the trunk, taking a suitcase from her. The handle is warm from her hand. The travel time was precisely calculated. We are now operating on a deficit. She gives me a look that could curdle milk. Right. Well, the 7-year-old co-negotiator of this deal insisted on a last-minute amendment to her unicorn's hairstyling. It was a whole thing. Before I can process this bizarre statement, the child steps forward. She tilts her head, the unicorn horn bobbing precariously, and stares up at me with large, profoundly serious brown eyes that are a perfect miniature of her aunt's. Are you the Christmas daddy? She asks, her voice loud and clear in the quiet morning air. I freeze. The question does not compute. It is an illogical string of words. I am Dennis Weaver, I reply, as if addressing a new board member. Okay, she says, unimpressed. But Aunt Dottie said we're going to a Christmas tree farm with you because of a business deal, so you can be her pretend boyfriend. So does that make you my pretend Christmas daddy? My gaze darts to Dottie, whose expression is a mixture of horror and weary resignation. She looks like she wants the sidewalk to swallow her whole. I look back down at the small human in the unicorn coat. Her logic, while absurd, is technically sound, and her complete lack of filter is alarming. Children are supposed to be shy, reticent. This one is conducting a cross-examination. That is a complex question, I manage. Not really, she says matter-of-factly. It's a yes or a no. Angela, Dottie says, her voice strained. Let's get in the car. I stow their luggage in the trunk, the movements precise and controlled, a stark contrast to the sudden disorder in my thoughts. As I open the back door for them, Angela pats the soft leather of the seat. Wow, this is much cleaner than Aunt Dottie's car. Hers has old French fries under the seats. Thank you for that report, honey, Dottie mutters, buckling her in. The journey begins in silence, but it does not last. The child, Angela, is a fountain of ceaseless observation and inquiry. She comments on every passing building, asks about the function of the heated seats, and sings a song about a snowman that seems to have at least 17 verses. She is a disruption to the sterile quiet of my vehicle, a small, unicorn-clad agent of chaos. I feel a muscle in my jaw begin to ache. Amidst a particularly piercing verse about the snowman's magical nose, I decide it is time. I reach into the inner pocket of my jacket. Dottie, there is a component of your wardrobe that we need to address. She turns to me, her brow furrowed. I hand her the small black velvet box. It is heavy, solid, an object of value. She takes it, her fingers brushing mine for a split second too long. She opens it. Inside, nestled in black silk, is the ring. An 8-carat, emerald-cut diamond, flawless, colorless, set in a minimalist band of stark platinum. It is a perfect specimen. An investment. I observe her reaction. She does not gasp. She simply stares at it, her expression unreadable. After a long moment, she lifts it from the box. My God, Dennis, this is, It is a necessary prop, I say, cutting off any potential sentimentality. You will be required to wear this for the duration of our agreement. It is insured, of course. She slides it onto her left ring finger. The diamond is cold and enormous against her warm brown skin. It looks like a beautiful, expensive cage. She flexes her fingers as if testing the weight of it. There is, however, a complication, I continue, my eyes on the road. I feel her turn to look at me. A complication? This ring is merely a placeholder. My grandmother is the keeper of the Weaver engagement ring. It belonged to my great-grandmother. It is a significant family heirloom. She will expect me to present it to you formally, likely sometime this evening. I glance over at her. The color is drained slightly from her face. Her hand has come up to touch the small, star-shaped locket at her throat. A predictable reaction. The introduction of an unforeseen variable of emotional significance would naturally cause a degree of distress. Wow, Angela chirps from the back seat, leaning forward between the seats. That's so sparkly. Are you going to give Aunt Dottie 2 rings for the pretend wedding? Dottie's eyes squeeze shut for a brief second before she forces a smile. Something like that, honey. I say nothing, turning my full attention back to the road. The weight of the lie has just doubled. But as the gray city bleeds into the white-dusted countryside, a strange thing happens. The tapping of my thumb against the steering wheel slows, then stops. The rigid set of my shoulders begins to ease. And then I see it. The first of the familiar snow-covered pines that line the long drive to the farm. A feeling I've not experienced in years washes over me. A quiet, profound sense of peace. Of homecoming. The air itself seems different here. Cleaner. Smelling of pine and cold, damp earth. I can see the main house in the distance. A sprawling 2-story structure of dark wood and field stone. Smoke curling from its chimney like a welcome banner. This place. This is the only thing that has ever felt like mine. I pull the car to a stop in front of the house just as the main door swings open. My grandmother stands on the porch, her silver hair pulled into a neat bun, her smile as warm and bright as the string of Christmas lights framing the door behind her. "Denny!" she calls out, her voice filled with genuine delight that I've never known how to properly receive. She bustles down the steps, not even waiting for me to get out of the car. Her focus is entirely on the passenger side. She opens Dottie's door with the enthusiasm of a teenager. "And you must be Dorothy! Oh, you are even lovelier than I imagined." My grandmother pulls a stunned Dottie into a fierce, welcoming hug. "We have been so anxious to meet you. He told me about you. How dare this man keep you a secret to us for months? To see our Denny so happy." She finally releases Dottie, and her eyes fall on Angela, who's peering out from behind her aunt's legs. My grandmother's smile softens, becomes something breathtakingly tender. "And who is this beautiful little angel?" Angela steps forward, her confidence fully restored. "I'm Angela, and you must be the grandma." My grandmother lets out a peal of delighted laughter and crouches down. "That I am, sweetheart, that I am." I stand by the car, an observer in my own life. My grandmother fusses over them, shooing them toward the house, promising hot chocolate and cookies, making them feel instantly and completely at home. This was the plan. This was the desired outcome. But watching the scene unfold, the genuine warmth of my grandmother, the shy smile on Dottie's face, the easy way Angela takes the old woman's hand, it feels too real. The lines of the transaction are blurring into something messy and unfamiliar. My grandmother turns back, her eyes sparkling. She links her free arm through Dottie's, beaming at them both. "Come inside! Come inside!" she insists, pulling them toward the door. She glances back at me over her shoulder, her face alight with the joy I have not seen in years, and then she hugs Dottie to her side again. We are so happy to finally meet the woman who captured our Denny's heart.
Chapter 5. Dottie. The first rule of event planning is to control the narrative. You create an atmosphere, a story for the guest to step into. It turns out the same principle applies to creating a fake life. The story I told Angela was a masterpiece of creative spin, if I do say so myself. I didn't tell her about the money, the inheritance, or the soul-crushing desperation. I told her we were on a secret Christmas mission, a special job. I explained that Mr. Weaver's family was sad, and his biggest Christmas wish was for them to see him happy with a family of his own. Our mission, should we choose to accept it, was to go to his magical Christmas tree farm and pretend to be his family to help make his Christmas wish come true. Her eyes had lit up. A secret mission? Pretending? For Christmas? It was every 7-year-old's dream. In her mind, business deal became secret mission, and pretend boyfriend was the logical title for the man at the center of it all. It was a necessary lie, a way to wrap this ugly transactional arrangement in a layer of childhood magic she could understand. It's also a ticking time bomb. Right now, that bomb is sitting across the massive oak dining table, happily kicking her light-up boots against the chair leg and charming the pants off Dennis's father. The Weaver dining room is something out of a magazine. A fire crackles in a stone hearth the size of my entire kitchen. The air smells of rosemary, roasting turkey, and money. It's filled with the low, happy murmur of a family that actually seems to like each other, a sound as foreign to me as the priceless oil painting hanging over the sideboard. "So you planned the Clarion Gala?" Dennis's mother, a woman with kind eyes and an impeccably tailored cashmere sweater, asked from my right. I heard it was magnificent. It was a challenge, but we pulled it off, I say with a practiced smile, feeling the weight of Dennis's hand resting on my lower back. He's seated so close our knees are almost touching. His hand is a proprietary brand, a constant scorching reminder of our contract. It's meant to look loving and possessive. It feels like a warning. "Dennis told us he met you at an event he was attending," his grandmother says from the head of the table, her eyes sharp and perceptive. "He was apparently so taken with your competence, he couldn't stop thinking about you." "Oh, was he?" I glance at Dennis. His expression is perfectly neutral, but I can see a muscle ticking in his jaw. We hadn't discussed a backstory. We'd had a 5-minute, brutally efficient phone call where he laid out the travel arrangements and non-disclosure terms. There was no getting to know you phase. Well, he certainly had some very specific feedback about the wine selection, I say, letting a hint of a private joke enter my voice. It was a very memorable first impression. A few family members chuckle. Dennis's hand squeezes my back just once. A signal? A threat? I have no idea. A man with Dennis's intense blue eyes, but a softer face slides into the empty chair to my left. He's handsome in a way that feels less manufactured than Dennis, more lived in. His smile, however, doesn't reach his eyes. "So you're the mystery woman who finally tamed my cousin," he says, his voice smooth and oily. "Julian Weaver, it's a pleasure." "Dorothy Adley. Most people just call me Dottie," I reply, shaking his offered hand. His grip is a little too firm. This must be the antagonist. "It's just so fascinating," Julian continues, leaning in conspiratorially. "Dennis has been a black hole of romantic information for years. And then bam, he tells his grandmother he's been seeing someone for months and is bringing her home for Christmas. You must be some kind of miracle worker. My smile feels brittle. Every word is a test. Dennis's thumb begins a slow, steady tap against his wineglass, the only sign of his agitation. I guess I just have a high tolerance for men with very specific feedback, I say lightly, meeting Julian's gaze. I'll bet, he says, his oily smile widening. So tell me, what's the one annoying little habit you've discovered? The one thing that drives you crazy? Every couple has one. It's a clever, casual landmine. A question designed to fail. My mind goes completely blank. I know nothing about this man besides the fact that he's a grumpy billionaire who hates warm wine. My hand, of its own accord, drifts to the salt shaker. My fingers itching to nudge it into perfect alignment with the pepper. Control the narrative. He's too neat, I say, the idea popping into my head fully formed. I turn and give Dennis a fond, exasperated look. Honestly, it's a problem. I'll leave a book on the coffee table, and when I come back, it's been squared away on a shelf. The man is allergic to clutter. It's maddening. It's a guess, but based on his sterile office and perfectly tailored suit, it feels like a safe one. A ripple of knowing laughter goes around the table. Dennis's father points a finger at him. He gets that from his mother. Your mother used to follow me around the house with a coaster. Dennis looks at me, and for a split second, something other than cold calculation flashes in his eyes. Surprise? Annoyance? Maybe, just maybe, a sliver of respect. The tapping stops. The crisis seems to be averted. Dinner continues, a blur of happy family anecdotes and my own carefully constructed lies. I'm starting to think I might actually survive this. And then, in a lull in the conversation, Angela's high, clear voice pipes up. She's looking right at Dennis, her head tilted with the intense seriousness only a 7-year-old can muster. If you're gonna marry my Aunt Dottie, she asks, does that make you my Christmas daddy? A sudden, profound silence falls over the table. Forks freeze halfway to mouths. Every eye swivels from Angela to Dennis, then to me. My breath locks in my chest. This is it. This is the bomb going off. This is the part of the mission that was never in the briefing. Julian Weaver leans back in his chair, a slow, predatory smile spreading across his face. He picks up his wine glass, the crystal catching the light from the fire. He raises it high. To the happy couple, he says, his voice dripping with false sincerity, his eyes locked on mine. And to Christmas Daddy.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylerWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylerWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler.
Chapter 6. Dennis. The aftermath of dinner should be a quiet, orderly affair. Coffee, civilized conversation in hushed tones, a gradual and dignified dispersal according to a predictable schedule. This has never been the case in this house. My grandmother claps her hands together, a sound that is both festive and final. Her eyes, bright with a particular brand of matriarchal tyranny I know all too well, scan the room. "Time for the gingerbread houses!" A chorus of cheers erupts from my various cousins and their small, sugar-fueled offspring. I feel a cold, familiar sense of dread descend. This is not a tradition. It is an annual exercise in engineered chaos, a sanctioned demolition of decorum. My mother, ever the pragmatist, used to refer to it as the yearly destruction of the formal dining room. Every year of my adolescence, I would find stray sprinkles embedded in the floorboards well into March. "Oh, stop looking like you're about to foreclose on a gingerbread orphanage, Denny," my grandmother says, her sharp eyes finding me across the room. "It is the most important Weaver family tradition. Dottie, you are in for a treat." I am trapped. The contract is predicated on my performance as a loving, engaged partner. A man in love would not scoff at a cherished family ritual. A man in love would willingly subject himself to a sanitary and logistical nightmare. I must participate. To my profound astonishment, Dottie looks genuinely delighted. Her face lights up with an authentic-looking smile. "I love this. Angela, do you hear that? We get to make gingerbread houses." The child lets out a squeal that could shatter glass and makes a beeline for the dining room table, which has been transformed. I follow at a funereal pace, a condemned man walking toward a firing squad armed with frosting guns. The scene is precisely as horrifying as my memory serves. A vast plastic sheet covers the antique oak table, a flimsy and entirely inadequate defense against the coming storm of sugar. Bowls are filled with frosting of lurid, unnatural colors, a violent green, a radioactive red, a blue that does not exist in nature. There are mountains of gumdrops, brittle candy canes, and multicolored sprinkles that seem to glitter with malevolent intent. The air is thick with the cloying scent of pure sucrose. It is the antithesis of order. It is my own personal hell, rendered in confection. I watch as my family descends upon the supplies like locusts. Frosting is immediately smeared on fingers and faces. Candy is consumed at a one-for-the-house, one-for-the-mouth ratio that is grossly inefficient. Angela is at the epicenter of the storm, her small hands already sticky with red frosting as she attempts to glue a wall to a base. Dottie is laughing, her sleeves rolled up to her elbows. Her brow is furrowed in intense concentration as she helps Angela, her touch gentle but firm. She looks happy, completely at ease in the center of this maelstrom of sticky chaos. The observation is unsettling. She fits here in a way I never have. I remain a fixed point of stillness, a clean island in a sea of mess. My plan is to contribute the bare minimum required for a convincing performance. I will select a single, structurally sound piece of candy and affix it to a wall. A singular, controlled contribution. "Danny, you need to help me," Angela commands, looking up at me. She has a smear of green frosting on her forehead that clashes violently with the unicorn horn on her sweater. "I am supervising the project for quality control," I state. "That's boring," she declares. "Your hands are too clean. How can you build anything with clean hands?" Before I can formulate a response or execute a strategic retreat, she grabs my right hand, my clean, perfectly functional right hand, and plunges it directly into the bowl of green frosting. The sensation is repulsive. It is a multi-pronged assault on my senses. The frosting is cold, a shocking temperature against my skin. The texture is slimy and inexplicably gritty from the undissolved sugar. It oozes between my fingers, a sugary violation of my personal space. My entire nervous system registers the event as a catastrophic failure, a complete and total loss of control. I stare at my frosting-coated hand, a wave of something akin to silent, white-hot fury rising in my throat. The dry-cleaning bill for this cashmere sweater alone will be astronomical. A sound cuts through my internal crisis. A laugh. Not a polite titter, but a full, warm, unrestrained sound that seems to bubble up from a place of pure joy. I drag my eyes from the horror of my hand. It is Dottie. She's looking directly at me, her shoulders shaking with mirth. There is a smudge of white flour on the curve of her cheekbone, and her dark eyes are sparkling with a light I have not seen before. She's not laughing at me in a cruel way. She is simply delighted by the absurdity of the moment. As I stare at her, a completely alien sensation occurs in the center of my chest, a disorienting flutter, a physiological anomaly that feels like a misfiring synapse, an arrhythmia. I mentally catalog the feeling, attempting to analyze and dismiss it, but it defies logic. It is entirely unwelcome. "See?" Angela says, oblivious to my existential breakdown. "Now you can help. My chimney is crooked." She points to a lopsided construction of gumdrops on the roof of her chaotic, multicolored structure. I look from her small, earnest face to my frosting-covered hand, and then back to Dottie, who's still smiling, though more softly now, watching me. Something shifts. The strategic part of my brain, the part that is running this entire operation, goes quiet for a moment. This is a test, and not the one I was expecting. I take a napkin and meticulously, if futilely, wipe the worst of the green slime from my fingers. Then I reach for a red gumdrop. The candy is sticky against my skin. "The structural integrity is compromised," I inform Angela, my voice sounding stiff to my own ears. "You need a wider base to properly distribute the load, like this." I press 2 gumdrops into the frosting on the roof, side by side. I then take a third and place it on top, centered. I find myself genuinely focused on the task, on the simple, absurd geometry of candy. For a moment, there is no will, no contract, no lie. There is only the small, illogical satisfaction of seeing the chimney stand straight. When the chimney is complete, Angela pats my arm with a sticky hand, leaving a faint green smear on my sweater. "Thanks, Christmas Daddy." The name is still jarring, but the animosity it provokes is muted. I look up, and my gaze collides with Dottie's from across the table. The chaotic sounds of the room, the laughter, the chatter, the crinkle of candy wrappers, seem to fade into a dull roar. She is watching me, a thoughtful, unreadable expression on her face. And then she gives me a smile. It is not the broad, amused laugh from before. It's not the polite, professional smile she uses for clients. It is small, quiet, and aimed directly at me. It softens the lines around her eyes and quirks the corner of that mouth I noticed before. It is a smile of genuine, unperformative warmth. An acknowledgement. In that instant, for the briefest of seconds, the entire artifice of our arrangement evaporates. I am not a billionaire executing a contract. She is not a hired fiancée. We are just 2 people at a table, surrounded by chaos and family. The moment is so real, it feels like a sudden, terrifying system error in the carefully written code of my life, and I am left completely, utterly exposed.
Chapter 7. Dottie. The great room at Weaver's Wintergreen smells overwhelmingly of pine, not the sad canned scent from an air freshener, but the deep, sharp, intoxicating fragrance of a real, living forest. The source of this olfactory assault is a colossal 12-foot Fraser fir that stands proudly in front of the main picture window, its branches brushing the high vaulted ceiling. The entire Weaver clan is engaged in the chaotic, multi-generational ritual of decorating it. Christmas carols drift from hidden speakers, a fire roars in the hearth, and the whole scene is awash in the warm, buttery glow of 1,000 fairy lights. It's idyllic. A perfect Hallmark card version of a family Christmas. And I am an imposter in the middle of it all. "Dottie, dear, could you hand me that silver star?" Grandma Weaver asks, pointing with the end of a string of popcorn. "Of course," I say, my smile feeling practiced, but I hope convincing. I weave through a gaggle of small children untangling tinsel and select the correct ornament from a box overflowing with memories. Every bauble seems to have a story, a history I am not a part of. I'm so focused on playing my role, the loving, helpful girlfriend, that I don't notice Julian until he's right beside me. Quite the festive scene, isn't it? He purrs in a way that makes the hairs on my arms stand up. "It's lovely," I reply, keeping my tone light. My internal alarm system, however, is blaring. Dennis is on the other side of the room, talking to his father. He looks stiff and out of place, a man in a ridiculously expensive sweater who clearly wishes he were anywhere else. I feel a ridiculous, traitorous pang of sympathy for him. "You know," Julian says, picking up a fragile glass bird from the box, "my great-grandmother brought this over from the old country. It's been on every Weaver Christmas tree for the last 90 years. He gives me that oily smile. It's all about tradition here. History. Things that are built to last. The subtext is as subtle as a punch to the gut. You don't belong here. You are not built to last. Some traditions are worth preserving," I say sweetly. "Exactly." He gestures toward the tree. Dennis seems to have misplaced the angel for the top of the tree. He was just over here looking for it. "Could you help me look? It's in one of these boxes by the window." He's lying. I can feel it. There's a slickness to his words that puts me on high alert, but refusing to help would look strange. Trapped, I follow him over to a stack of dusty cardboard boxes tucked into an alcove near the massive tree. "I think it's in this one," he says, pointing to a box at the bottom of the stack. As I crouch down to look, he calls out across the room, his voice booming with false cheer. "Oh, Dennis, found the angel. It's over here." Dennis turns, his expression unreadable, and starts walking toward us. And that's when I see it. Dangling innocently from the wooden beam directly above my head is a small, unassuming sprig of green leaves and white berries. Mistletoe. "You clever, manipulative jerk," my breath catches. I stand up slowly, my eyes locked on the treacherous little plant. Dennis stops a few feet away, his gaze following mine upward. The muscle in his jaw clenches. We're caught. Julian throws his hands up in a gesture of pure, feigned delight. "Well, look at that. What a happy accident. You know the rules." It's like a switch is flipped in the room. The quiet hum of decorating erupts into a chorus of hoots, whistles, and good-natured heckling. "Kiss, kiss, kiss," a few of the younger cousins start chanting. Grandma Weaver is beaming, her hands clasped together in delight. We are the center of attention, the stars of their little holiday romantic comedy. There is no escape. The performance must go on. My vision seems to tunnel until the only thing in focus is Dennis. He takes a step closer, closing the distance between us. The scent of pine is suddenly overwhelming, mingling with the subtle, expensive scent of him. He smells like winter and wealth. "My apologies for my cousin's lack of subtlety," he murmurs, his voice so low only I can hear it. "Just get it over with," I whisper back, my voice tight. He lifts a hand, his fingers gently touching my jaw. His skin is cool, his touch surprisingly soft. It's a gesture for the crowd, a piece of choreography, but a jolt, sharp and startling, shoots through me. He leans in, and I close my eyes, bracing myself for a cold, perfunctory press of lips. But that's not what happens. His mouth meets mine, and it is not cold. It is warm. It is firm and shockingly soft. It's a slow, deliberate kiss, and it is nothing like a performance. For a split second, it is just a man kissing a woman, and the world falls away. A strange, liquid heat pools in my belly, spreading through my limbs like a slow-motion electrical current. My own hands, of their own volition, come up to rest on the hard wall of his chest. I can feel the frantic beat of his heart under my palm. Or maybe it's mine. I can't tell. The kiss deepens slightly, a subtle shift that feels less like a choice and more like an inevitability. It's a breach of contract, a dangerous, reckless deviation from the plan, and I don't care. He is the one to pull away first. He breaks the kiss, but he doesn't move back. We're still standing inches apart, his hand still on my jaw, my hand still on his chest. My eyes flutter open to find his already on me, dark and unreadable and utterly stunned. The sound of the family's applause and laughter rushes back in, a distant roar on the edge of my hearing. But in the silent, supercharged space between us, there is only the sound of our shared, ragged breaths. We just stare at each other. Two actors who have forgotten their lines, caught in the terrifying aftershock of a moment that was supposed to be fake, but felt more real than anything else in the room.
Chapter 8. Dennis. The aftermath of the Mistletoe incident is a lingering, unquantifiable tension. It follows Dottie and me from the great room, a silent third party in our procession upstairs. My grandmother leads the way, her demeanor one of utter matchmaking satisfaction. "We put you and Dottie in the main guest suite at the end of the hall," she announces, pushing open a heavy oak door. "Angela is having a grand time with her cousins in the bunkhouse, so you two will have the place to yourselves." She winks, a full, unsubtle wink. I feel the muscles in my back tighten. The room is large and beautiful. A 4-poster bed dominates the space, piled high with thick quilts. A fire is already crackling in a small stone fireplace. It is an intimate, romantic setting designed for a real couple. For us, it is a liability. "Thank you, grandmother," I say, voice a carefully controlled monotone. "This is more than sufficient." "Of course, dear." She pats my arm, her gaze softening as she looks at Dottie. "You get some rest, Dottie. You've had a long day." With a final beaming smile, she leaves, closing the door behind her and sealing us in. The silence that descends is heavy, charged with the memory of that kiss. Dottie does not look at me. She moves to the far side of the room, ostensibly to unpack her suitcase, creating a necessary and welcome distance between us. This arrangement is unacceptable. The contract stipulates a performance, not a complete dissolution of professional and personal boundaries. I survey the room, my mind searching for a logical solution. My eyes land on a smaller door I had not noticed before. I open it. It reveals a small, Spartan room, likely a former study or dressing room, containing a narrow cot and a single window. It is perfect. "You take the bed," I state, my voice louder than intended in the quiet room. Dottie looks up, her expression wary. "Where are you going to sleep?" "This adjoining room is adequate for my needs," I say, gesturing with my head. "It will afford us both a necessary degree of privacy." A flicker of something, relief, crosses her face before she schools her features back into a neutral mask. "Okay. Good night, then." "Good night, Dottie." I close the door to the small room, the click of the latch a satisfying sound of restored order. The room is cold, but it is a small price to pay for solitude. I remove my sweater and shoes and lie down on the cot, the thin mattress doing little to cushion my frame. I am prepared to endure a night of mild discomfort. What I am not prepared for is the profound, bone-deep cold that begins to seep into the room. After an hour, my teeth are chattering. I get up and place my hand against the small radiator under the window. It is stone cold. The heating is non-functional. It is an absurd, almost farcical complication. I weigh my options. Option 1, freeze in silence. A truly idiotic and potentially hypothermic choice. Option 2, return to the main room. My pride wars with basic self-preservation. Self-preservation wins, but only by a narrow margin. I retrieve a spare quilt from the closet in the main suite. My movements quiet in the darkness. I do not turn on a light. Dottie is asleep, her breathing a soft, even rhythm from the large bed. I lay the quilt on the floor as far from her bed as the geography of the room allows, and lie down using my folded sweater as a pillow. The floor is hard and cold, a significant improvement over the Arctic cot, but a universe away from comfort. Sleep is an impossibility. My body is a taut line of awareness. Every soft breath she takes, every rustle of the sheets as she shifts in her sleep, is magnified in the silence. The air smells of old wood, pine from the open window, and something else. the faint, clean scent of her shampoo on the pillows. The proximity is maddening. It is an invasion of my carefully managed space. My thumb begins to tap a rapid, silent beat against my forefinger. I'm fighting a war on two fronts, against the cold, hard floor and against the undeniable, unwelcome presence of the woman in the bed. "Dennis?" Her voice is a soft whisper in the darkness, and it makes me flinch. I didn't realize she was awake. I do not answer immediately. Answering is an invitation to conversation. Conversation is an invitation to intimacy. "The heater in my room is broken," I finally say, my voice low and clipped. A long silence stretches. I can hear her shift, the rustle of the quilt. "Why are you on the floor? This bed is huge. It's ridiculous for you to sleep on the floor." "The floor is acceptable." "Don't be an idiot," she whispers, her voice sharp with what sounds like genuine annoyance. "You're going to be a wreck tomorrow. Just take the other side of the bed. I promise I don't bite." The image her words unintentionally conjure is vivid and unwelcome. A jolt, not unlike the one I felt during the kiss, moves through me. I am fine where I am. Another silence. I think perhaps she has given up, but then her voice comes again, softer this time. "This place is beautiful. The farm." The change in topic is unexpected. It lowers my defenses. It is the only part of my family's portfolio that does not generate a significant profit. My father considers it a sentimental liability. "He's wrong," she says simply. "You can't put a price on a place like this. Your grandfather must have loved it very much." He did. The words come out before I can stop them. I find myself thinking of him, of his workshop in the barn, the smell of sawdust and varnish. He built that 4-poster bed you are sleeping in, with his own hands. I do not know why I tell her this. It is a piece of data I have never shared with anyone. "Really?" Her voice is full of a quiet, genuine wonder. "It's incredible. He must have been a very patient man." "He believed that things of value took time to build correctly," I say, the memory of my grandfather's voice echoing in my head. He said it was true for furniture and for people. The conversation hangs in the air, the implication of my words unintended but undeniable. We're not talking about furniture anymore. I'm being uncharacteristically honest, and it is a deeply uncomfortable sensation. My thumb has stopped tapping. We lie in the darkness, the silence between us no longer empty but filled with the weight of this strange, whispered confession. Then Dottie's voice comes softly from the bed, a final quiet observation that lands with all the force of a judgment. "You're not so bad when you're not being a billionaire."
Chapter 9. Dottie. The morning after sleeping 20 feet from my fake billionaire fiancé is predictably awkward. Last night's whispered conversation in the dark, his unexpected honesty about his grandfather, hangs between us. A strange, vulnerable thing that neither of us knows how to acknowledge in the bright light of day. At the sprawling, chaotic breakfast table, we are a silent island of tension in a loud, happy sea of weavers. He reads something on his phone, his jaw tight. I focus on systematically applying butter to a piece of toast, the repetitive motion a small, steady anchor. The placeholder ring he gave me feels heavy and cold on my finger, a constant glittering reminder of the lie. The room is warm and smells of coffee, bacon, and melting maple syrup. It's a sensory overload of domestic bliss, and it's setting my teeth on edge with its authenticity. "So, Dottie," Dennis's father says from across the table, his smile kind. "Dennis tells us you run your own event planning company. That must be fascinating work." I feel Dennis stiffen beside me. "It has its moments," I say, forcing a relaxed smile. "It's a lot of logistics and putting out fires mostly." "Well, you must be brilliant at it to catch this one's attention," he says, nodding at his son. "He doesn't suffer fools." "I can be very persuasive," I say, glancing at Dennis. A muscle ticks in his jaw, but he says nothing. I look past him, through the large picture window, to where Angela is playing in the snow. She and a handful of her new cousins, they want her to treat them as such, are taking turns on a rustic rope swing that hangs from the thick branch of an ancient oak tree. Her laughter, a high, bright sound, carries through the glass, and a part of the tightness in my chest eases. At least she's happy. This whole insane mission is worth it if she gets to have a Christmas this full of joy. I glance back at Dennis. He's no longer looking at his phone, but is standing by the window now, a mug of coffee held in a white-knuckled grip, watching the kids. His face is a mask of detached analysis, as if he's observing a foreign species in its natural habitat. He seems so completely separate from the warmth of his own family, a stranger at their feast. Last night in our room, talking about his grandfather, he felt almost human. This morning, the buttoned-up billionaire is back, his walls fully restored. Angela is on the swing now, her cousins pushing her higher and higher. "To the moon," she shrieks, her voice a pure, unadulterated thrill. She's leaning back, her head thrown back, her bright pink coat a slash of color against the white snow. She is all joy, all fearless energy. And then she isn't. There's a moment where physics betrays her. One push too high, a slight loss of balance, and her hands slip. She tumbles backward, a small shocking arc through the air before she lands in the soft snow below with a muffled thump. For one horrible, silent second, the entire world stops. Then a startled cry erupts, quickly escalating into a full-blown, terrified wail. "Angela!" My chair scrapes loudly against the floor as I shoot to my feet. A dozen concerned faces turn, but my focus is singular. Please be okay. Please be okay. God, not here. Not now. I'm already moving, shoving past a startled cousin. But Dennis was closer. A dark shape blurs past the window, and by the time I've thrown the porch door open, he's already there, kneeling in the snow beside her. I don't stop. I run across the lawn, my practical boots sinking into the powder, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. "Angela! Baby, are you okay?" I say, skidding to a halt beside them, my voice breathless with panic. Angela is crying hard, huge tears rolling down her cold, reddened cheeks. "My knee? I fell and my knee hurts." My instinct is to scoop her up, to smother her with frantic "it's okays," to let my own panic feed hers. But Dennis's voice cuts through the noise, surprisingly calm and low. "Breathe, Angela," he says. He isn't looking at me. His focus is entirely on her. He ignores the snow soaking through the knees of his expensive trousers, a detail so out of character it makes my breath catch. "You are all right. You landed in the snow, see?" He brushes a clump of snow off her pink coat. "The snow is a cushion. It caught you." It's the most bizarre method of comfort I've ever seen. It's logical, factual. My instinct is to promise her the world, to baby her. He just states the reality of the situation as if it's an irrefutable law of physics, and somehow it's working. Angela's wails soften into hitched sobs as she watches him. "But it hurts," she whispers, pointing a rainbow-mittened hand at her knee. "I know." Dennis's voice remains a steady, quiet murmur. He gently and efficiently rolls up her snow pants to reveal a raw, scraped knee with a bit of blood. "You have scraped it. We will clean it and put a bandage on it, and it will heal." He then points a gloved finger at a long, perfect icicle hanging from the oak branch above them. "Look at that. See the way the light goes through it? It is frozen water, perfectly clear. An example of crystalline structure. A science lesson? Now? The man is certifiably insane. It is the most ridiculous, out-of-place thing to do, and it's working better than any kiss it better ever could. Angela's head turns. Her sobs quieten as she stares, mesmerized at the icicle. He has completely diverted her attention. I watch, stunned into silence, as he gently brushes a tear from her cheek with his thumb. In that moment, she leans into his touch, her trust in this stranger absolute and instantaneous. A strange, painful warmth spreads through my chest. It's an ache. It's gratitude that she is being so gently cared for, but it's twisted with a sharp pain of something that feels horribly like jealousy. He is the one calming her, not me. And there's a terrifying, unwanted flicker of attraction to this unexpected, quiet competence. Okay, Angela sniffles, her gaze still on the icicle. Okay, Dennis echoes softly. He looks at me then, his intense blue eyes meeting mine for just a second. There's no calculation in them, no cold analysis, just a quiet, unreadable current of something. A question, maybe, or an apology. Then, with a grace that seems impossible for a man his size, he stands, scooping Angela effortlessly into his arms. She doesn't protest. Her crying has stopped. As he carries her toward the house, she does something that makes the ache in my chest sharpen into something unbearable. She wraps her small arms around his neck, hooks her legs around his waist, and rests her tear-streaked face against his shoulder, burying herself in the collar of his expensive sweater. He adjusts his hold, one large, capable hand supporting her back, the other under her legs, and starts walking past me toward the house. They look right, natural. The image is primal, a perfect tableau of father and daughter, protector and protected. I stand frozen in the snow, the cold seeping up through the soles of my boots. I watch them go, watch the screen door of the porch swing shut behind them, leaving me alone in the sudden ringing silence. The happy chatter from the house, which has started up again, seems a world away. My vision narrows until it's just the empty space where they were. The dread that washes over me is cold and sharp. This was supposed to be a job, a temporary, high-paying gig to get us back on our feet. But Angela has already lost her parents. I cannot, will not let her heart get broken by a man who is only playing a part. I cannot let her get attached to him, to a pretend father who will vanish after Christmas. Oh, God. She thinks this is real. And the worst part is, as I watch the door swing shut, leaving me standing alone in the snow, for a second, it looks real.
Chapter 10. Dennis. There are few things in the world I truly despise. Inefficiency, emotional volatility, and above all else, forced public displays of sentimentality. The annual Weaver family caroling catastrophe is a perfect trifecta of all three. I am in the library, attempting to triage the several hundred emails that have flooded my inbox, when my grandmother enters. She is holding a truly hideous collection of red and green scarves. "Time to get ready, Denny," she announces, her voice radiating a level of festive cheer that is, frankly, alarming. We're on stage in the town square at 7. "I'm afraid I will have to abstain this year, Grandmother," I say without looking up from my laptop. I have a series of urgent calls with our Singapore office that cannot be rescheduled. This is a lie. I've already cleared my schedule for the week. "Nonsense," she says, her voice unwavering. She knows it is a lie. "The Singapore office can wait. Your family cannot. And Dottie and Angela are so looking forward to it." I look up, prepared to deliver a second, more forceful refusal. But my grandmother has not come alone. Angela is standing just behind her, peering around her grandmother's legs. She's holding one of the hideous scarves. "Please, Denny?" Angela asks, her voice small. She takes a few steps forward, holding the scarf up to me. Her lower lip pushes out just slightly. Her eyes are wide and impossibly brown. "Grandma says we're a team. It is a calculated, strategic maneuver. My grandmother is using the child as a weapon of emotional warfare. It is also brutally effective." I look down at Angela's hopeful face, then at my grandmother's triumphant one. I am completely and utterly outmaneuvered. Fine, I say, the word a surrender. I will participate. Angela beams, a smile of pure, unfiltered victory. I am a billionaire who negotiates multinational deals. I have just been brought to my knees by a 7-year-old wielding a pair of puppy dog eyes. An hour later, I am standing backstage behind a makeshift stage in the center of town. The air is crisp and smells of roasted chestnuts and wood smoke. My neck is imprisoned in the scratchy wool of the victory scarf. I'm surrounded by my family, who are all buzzing with a chaotic, joyful energy that I find deeply unsettling. Dottie is here, of course. She's wearing a simple white hat that catches the snowflakes in the air, and she looks infuriatingly at ease. She is chatting with my mother, laughing at something she said, looking for all the world like she actually belongs here. Like this is not a contractual obligation, but a genuine pleasure. It is an excellent performance. It is also deeply irritating. "Ready to make your big debut?" she asks, turning to me, her eyes dancing with an amusement she is not trying to hide. "I'm ready for this ordeal to be concluded," I reply, adjusting the scarf that is actively trying to strangle me. "Oh, come on," she says, nudging my arm. "Where's your Christmas spirit?" "I keep it stored in an offshore account to avoid taxes," I say flatly. Her laugh is a bright, warm sound that is entirely too close. Before I can move away, a man with a clipboard calls our family name, and we are herded onto the brightly lit stage. The experience is a multi-sensory assault. The lights are too bright. The crowd is a blur of faces. The pre-recorded music for "Deck the Halls" begins, tinny and too loud. I stand stiffly, a statue of misery in a sea of festive movement. I attempt to simply mouth the words, but a sharp look from my grandmother forces me to make an actual sound. The noise that emerges from my throat is a low, tuneless monotone. I am aware, with clinical detachment, that I am singing horribly. I'm also aware of Dottie beside me. Her voice is clear and pretty, a warm harmony in the chaotic cacophony of my family's enthusiastic but deeply amateur singing. She catches my eye for a moment and gives me a small, encouraging smile. I ignore it and focus on the back of someone's head in the crowd. We are nearing the end of the song, a barrage of fa-la-la-las that feels endless. My father, standing on my other side and filled with an entirely unearned sense of musical confidence, decides to attempt a dramatic crescendo. He takes a deep breath, puffs out his chest, and belts out a note that is not only in the wrong key, but may not have existed in Western music until this moment. It is a sound of pure, joyful, catastrophic failure. The absurdity of it, the terrible note, my father's proud face, the sheer, unadulterated chaos of the moment breaks through my defenses. A short, sharp laugh escapes me. It is an involuntary, completely unprofessional sound. A real laugh. I look over at Dottie. She's already looking at me, her own shoulders shaking, her eyes bright with a shared, perfect moment of amusement. We are laughing together, a silent, secret conversation in the middle of the noise. For a second, I forget the crowd, the contract, the cold. There's only the warmth of her laugh and the startling, unfamiliar feeling of a genuine, unforced smile on my own face. The song mercifully ends. We are bathed in polite applause. My family is waving to the crowd, basking in the glow. But I am no longer paying attention to them. I'm looking at Dottie. Her cheeks are flushed a pretty pink from the cold. A few snowflakes have caught in her dark eyelashes. The stage lights frame her in a soft, golden halo, and she is still smiling from our shared laugh. The analytical part of my brain, the part that has been running a continuous, critical commentary of this entire evening, suddenly goes silent. It is replaced by a single, intrusive, and entirely illogical thought. A system error of the highest magnitude. She looks beautiful. The thought is unbidden, unwelcome, and terrifyingly clear. It is not an objective assessment of a business partner or asset. It is a simple, devastating fact, and I have absolutely no idea what to do with it.
Chapter 11. Dottie. The walk back from the town square is a chaotic, happy blizzard of sound and motion. The Weaver family, high on applause and festive cheer, chatters and laughs, their breath puffing white in the frigid night air. I walk among them, smiling at jokes I only half hear, but my focus is snagged on the man walking a few paces ahead. Dennis. After our shared laugh on stage, after that brief, stunning flash of something real in his eyes, his walls have gone back up, higher and colder than before. He is once again a silent, solitary figure, completely separate from the warm, noisy orbit of his family. I quicken my pace to fall into step beside him. Your father has a surprisingly powerful falsetto, I say, trying to recapture the easy amusement from a few minutes ago. My father believes enthusiasm is a substitute for talent, he replies, his gaze fixed straight ahead. It is a recurring and unfortunate miscalculation. His voice is flat, devoid of the warmth I saw on the stage. The connection is gone, the moment erased. It's a dismissal, and it leaves me feeling strangely adrift and foolish. I was a fool to think that laugh meant anything more than a momentary system error. When we get back to the warmth of the farmhouse, the family swarms the great room, stamping snow from their boots and divvying up the remaining Christmas cookies. The noise level rises, a happy domestic roar. I need to escape. I need a task, something simple and repetitive to focus on before my thoughts spiral completely out of control. I spot Grandma Weaver heading toward the kitchen, carrying a stack of used mugs. She looks like a safe harbor in a churning sea. Let me help you with that, I say, my voice coming out a little too bright. Oh, you don't have to, dear. You're a guest. Please, I insist, taking half the mugs from her. I'd like to. The great room is a little loud. She gives me a knowing, gentle smile and leads the way into the massive, fragrant kitchen. It's the warm, beating heart of the house, smelling of cinnamon, coffee, and the lingering scent of the roast from dinner. While the great room is for performance, the kitchen feels real, lived in. Well, if you insist, she says, setting her mugs by the sink. You can help me get the hot chocolate started for the children, and I wouldn't say no to a hand chopping these carrots for the soup tomorrow. Perfect, I say, my relief so profound it's almost comical. A task. A simple, definable task with a clear beginning and end. I can do that. I wash my hands and take my place at a large butcher's block, the heavy, well-worn chef's knife feeling solid and purposeful in my hand. We work in a comfortable silence for a few minutes. The only sounds the clatter of mugs and the rhythmic, steady thump, thump, thump of my knife. The repetitive motion is a balm to my frayed nerves. I focus on making each slice of carrot a perfect, uniform circle, my stress manifesting in a need for culinary precision. Order out of chaos. You have a lovely voice, you know, Grandma Weaver says, her back to me as she measures cocoa powder into a large pot. Thank you, I say, my cheeks warming. Though it's not hard to sound good next to some of the Weaver men, no offense. She turns, a delighted laugh bubbling up. Oh, I know. My son and my grandson both sing with more confidence than talent. A family trait. Her smile softens. But Denny, I haven't heard him laugh like that in years. Not since he was a boy, before his parents decided he needed a proper education and sent him off to that dreadful boarding school. He came back, quieter, more serious. The knife in my hand stills for a second. The casual mention of his past feels like a secret I shouldn't be hearing. My own laugh feels tight in my throat. It was a very funny note. It was, she agrees, but her eyes are on me, thoughtful and perceptive. It feels like she can see right through the carefully constructed walls of my performance, right down to the terrified, conflicted woman hiding inside. She turns back to the stove, stirring the milk. It reminds me of my Henry, my late husband. He couldn't carry a tune in a bucket, but he sang the loudest at church every Sunday. He always used to say that the point of singing wasn't to be perfect, it was to be joyful. She goes quiet for a moment, lost in a memory. I resume chopping, the steady rhythm a welcome distraction from the guilt that is starting to prickle at my conscience. The heirloom ring she will soon expect to see on my finger suddenly feels 10 times heavier. Henry always believed the best gifts weren't things you could own, but lessons you had to live, she continues, her voice soft and wistful. He was a farmer, through and through. He knew you couldn't rush things. You couldn't fake a harvest. You had to put in the work, have the patience, and trust that good things would grow if you gave them a place to feel safe. Every word is a gentle, unintentional indictment of my arrangement with her grandson. Our harvest is fake. Our relationship is a lie we are rushing to meet a deadline. There is nothing safe about it. I focus on the carrot in front of me, the blade of the knife biting into the crisp vegetable. Thump, thump, thump. You are so good for him, dear. The words are quiet, but they land with the startling force of a cymbal crash in the warm, quiet kitchen. The knife stops. I can't move. I can't breathe. I force my lips into the shape of a smile, praying it doesn't look as brittle and fake as it feels. Say something. Say anything. He's a wonderful man, I manage to say, the lie tasting like poison. He is, she agrees. But he builds his walls so high. He thinks if he keeps everything perfectly neat and orderly, nothing can ever hurt him. She turns off the stove and walks over to me, her expression full of a fierce, loving tenderness. The happy sounds of her family fade to a dull, distant roar. I see the way he looks at you when he thinks no one is watching. It's the way Henry used to look at me. She places her warm, wrinkled hand over mine, stilling the knife. Her touch is a strange mix of comfort and agony. He just needed someone to remind him what home feels like. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 12. Julian. From the window of my childhood bedroom, I watched them, the whole happy, laughing clan, crunching through the snow on their way to the main barn to pick out a tree for the town square donation. It's a time-honored Weaver tradition, one my father had overseen for 30 years. And at the center of the group, a fixed point of alien gravity, is my cousin Dennis, with her, Dottie, and the child, Angela. My hand clenches into a fist at my side. I watch Dennis, my perfect, sterile cousin, actually bend down to adjust the ridiculous red scarf the girl insisted he wear. I see Dottie say something that makes him almost smile. It's a convincing performance, a masterful one even, and I am certain it is all a lie. The memory rises, sharp and bitter as bile. I'm 15, and Dennis is here for one of his rare obligatory Christmas visits. I'd spent all autumn helping my father restore our grandfather's old woodworking lathe, carefully sanding the wood, oiling the iron. It was our project. Dennis, bored after an hour, wandered into the workshop, picked up a priceless hand-carved decoy duck my grandfather had made, and started tossing it in the air like a baseball. When I told him to stop, he'd just given me that cool, dismissive look. "It's just an old duck, Julian. Don't be so dramatic." He dropped it, of course. A chip flew from the beak. My father spent a week fixing it, but it was never the same. And Dennis? He never even got a scolding. He was the heir. I was just the help. I turned from the window, the cozy family scene making my stomach churn with that same old acidic resentment. This room, this house, this land, it should be mine. My father was the one who stayed, who loved this farm. I was the one who learned its seasons, who understood its soul. Dennis just shows up to claim the prize. I go downstairs. The great room is empty, smelling of pine and cold air. A few of the older family members, including Dottie, are lingering in the kitchen. This is an opportunity. I need to see how deep the rot goes. I grab a mug and pour myself some coffee, leaning against the counter with a practiced casualness. That was quite a performance last night, I say to Dottie, my voice light. Dennis hasn't sung in public since we were kids. He was dreadful then, too. She gives me a warm, practiced smile. He has a lot of hidden talents. I'm sure, I say, taking a sip of coffee. It's just a shame he kept you hidden for so long. You must know the city like the back of your hand. What's your favorite spot to go when you two want to escape? That little Italian place he loves in the village, maybe. It's a trap, and a good one. Dennis despises the chaotic, crowded streets of Greenwich Village. Dottie doesn't even blink. She laughs, a light, easy sound. Oh, God, no. Dennis in the village? Can you imagine? He'd have an aneurysm from the lack of a grid system. We're more the quiet corner in an uptown gallery types. She deflects. She pivots. She turns my trap into a joke at Dennis's expense. She's good. She is very, very good. And it confirms everything. This is a transaction. A well-rehearsed, brilliantly executed business deal, and she is a consummate professional. I need proof. Something my sentimental grandmother can't ignore. Something my father can't excuse. I need to hear the machinery of the deal working behind the scenes. Back in my room, I wait. My patience is a cold, hard knot in my gut. An hour later, I hear the happy shouts of the family returning, the sound of the front door opening and closing. I give them another 20 minutes to settle, for the chaos to reach its peak. Then I move. I slip out of my room and move silently down the hallway, my socked feet making no sound on the old wooden floorboards. I almost collide with my mother coming out of the linen closet. "Julian, I didn't see you there," she says, a stack of towels in her arms. "Aren't you helping with the tree?" Just grabbing a sweater, I lie smoothly, my heart giving a single hard thud. It's colder than I thought. She nods and continues down the hall. Close. Too close. I wait until she's gone, then continue to my grandfather's study. Dennis's study. The door is ajar. I push it open and step inside. The room is an insult. The warm, book-lined coziness of my grandfather's tenure has been replaced by Dennis's stark minimalism. A sleek, silver laptop sits closed on the massive antique desk that my father and I refinished one summer. The only personal item is that single-framed photograph of a much younger Dennis with our grandfather. I pick it up, my thumb brushing over my grandfather's smiling face. He's looking at Dennis with such pride. A pride I had spent my whole life trying to earn. I put the photo back down with a sharp click. I pull the small, sophisticated listening device from my pocket. It's no bigger than a coin, a piece of high-end surveillance tech, a necessary tool for a necessary job. I kneel, the old floorboards groaning under my weight, and run my hand along the underside of the heavy oak desk. My fingers find a rough, unfinished spot near the back, a perfect place to conceal the bug. The adhesive backing sticks with a faint click in the silent room. I stand, smooth down my sweater, and scan the room one last time. Everything is exactly as I found it. Perfect. Sterile. Wrong. Back in the safety of my own room, I pull out my laptop and open a discrete software program. A simple, elegant interface appears. I sync the device, and a flat, silent line indicating an audio feed appears on the screen. It is active. I put in my earbuds, the ambient quiet of the empty study filling my ears. Now the trap is set. All I have to do is wait for the actors to come on stage and discuss their script. I lean back in my chair, a slow, predatory smile spreading across my face. I settle back to listen, muttering to the empty room. "Let's see what you're really up to, cousin."
Chapter 13. Dennis. Sleep eludes me. It's playing hide and seek. My mind, usually an orderly progression of logic, is a chaotic mess of unprocessed data points. A child's scraped knee, the off-key caterwauling of my family, the scent of pine, the surprising weight of a small girl in my arms, and a quiet smile across a table littered with the debris of gingerbread. I abandon the attempt at rest and make my way downstairs. The old house is silent, breathing around me in the darkness. The floorboards are cold under my bare feet. I am heading for the kitchen, for a glass of water, a simple, logical solution to the problem of wakefulness. But as I pass the great room, I see a figure silhouetted against the dying orange glow of the fireplace. It is Dottie. She is curled up in one of the large armchairs, a thick quilt wrapped around her shoulders, just staring into the embers. The enormous, glittering Christmas tree stands like a silent sentinel beside her. She does not appear to have heard me. I should retreat. My presence is not required. Interaction at this hour is inefficient and risks further complications. I should turn around and go back to my room. I do not. I walk into the room, my footsteps soft on the thick rug. She turns her head, her eyes wide and dark in the dim light. She's not startled, just watchful. I could not sleep either, I state. It is a simple fact, but it feels like a confession. It's a lot to take in, she says, her voice a low murmur. This place, your family, it's loud. That is an accurate assessment, I say. We sit in a shared, comfortable silence for a long moment, watching the embers pulse and fade. The restlessness in my own mind begins to quiet, replaced by something else. An impulse. An illogical, unanalyzed, and deeply uncharacteristic impulse. There is something I would like to show you, I say, the words emerging before my internal risk assessment committee can veto them. She looks at me, a question in her eyes. Okay, you will need a coat. We move through the silent house like conspirators, pulling on coats and boots. The cold air outside is a sharp, clean shock to the system. The sky is a vast, dark sheet of velvet, punctured by the impossibly bright points of stars. I lead her away from the main house, our boots crunching in the crisp snow, toward the large, dark shape of the main barn. I unlock a smaller, secondary door and flip a switch. A string of bare, yellow bulbs illuminates the space, revealing not hay and farm equipment, but my grandfather's woodworking shop. The air inside is thick with the aroma of a dozen different woods, the sharp tang of pine, the sweet perfume of cherry, the rich, earthy smell of oak. It smells of sawdust, linseed oil, and thyme. It is the smell of my only happy memories. This was his place, I say, my voice sounding different in the cavernous, quiet room. No one else was allowed in here. Not even you, she asks softly. I was the exception. I run my hand over the smooth, worn surface of the main workbench. Tools of every shape and size hang in perfect, orderly rows on the wall behind it, their sharpened steel edges gleaming in the low light. It is a space of immense order and precision, but unlike my office, it is warm. It is alive. I pick up a half-finished block of wood from the bench. He was working on this when he passed. A rocking horse, for a grandchild he had not yet met. Dottie reaches out a hesitant finger and traces the smooth, sanded curve of what would have been the horse's mane. Her touch is reverent. I move deeper into the shop, showing her things, not as objects, but as artifacts of a life. These are his chisels. He sharpened them every Sunday afternoon. He said a dull tool was a dangerous one. I point to a stack of rough-hewn lumber in the corner. He harvested that cherry wood himself, from a tree that fell in a storm 30 years ago. He was waiting for the right project. My own voice is a detached, narrative thing, but the words are pulling memories from a place I keep locked away. As I speak, I see a small, dusty, leather-bound journal sitting on a high shelf, a place I've not looked in years. I reach up and take it down, blowing a layer of fine dust from the cover. I open it to a random page. My grandfather's familiar, elegant script fills the paper. I read a line aloud, more to myself than to her. Love is not a destination to be reached, but a craft to be learned. It requires the patience of a joiner and the courage of a carpenter who is willing to see the beauty in flawed wood. I closed the book with a snap. Sentimental nonsense. Was it? Dottie asks, her voice quiet but challenging. The question lingers in the air. I place the journal back on the bench, my back to her. My parents' marriage was a merger. My father's company was acquiring a smaller but strategically valuable firm. My mother was the only daughter of that firm's founder. The union was considered mutually beneficial for all shareholders. I turn to face her. Her expression is unreadable, but she is listening with an unnerving stillness. There was no pretense of affection, I continue, the words coming out in a flat, clinical stream. Our home was a corporate headquarters. Dinners were board meetings. Holidays were networking events. Love, in my world, was never a craft to be learned. It was an irrelevant variable in a complex equation, an inefficiency, a liability. I have never said these words to another living soul. I am laying out the source code of my own malfunction, and I do not know why. I've given her a weapon, a key to every wall I've ever built. The resulting silence is absolute. I wait for the judgment, the pity, the awkward platitude. It does not come. Instead, Dottie takes a small step forward, closing the space between us. She reaches out a hand, not in a grand gesture, but a small, simple one. She places her warm palm on my forearm, her fingers wrapping gently around the sleeve of my shirt. The touch is electric. It is not sexual, not like the performative heat of our kiss under the mistletoe. It is something else entirely. It is quiet. It is solid. It is real. A point of warmth and pressure that silences the relentless, analytical noise in my head. My thumb, which had begun its frantic tapping, goes completely still. She looks up at me, warm, intelligent eyes holding mine. Thank you for showing me this, she says, her voice soft but firm. And the simple touch, the quiet words feel more intimate, more terrifyingly real than any kiss ever has.
Chapter 14. Dottie. The walk back from the workshop is a masterclass in tension. The 15-degree air feels thick and heavy, charged with all the things we aren't saying. His confession hangs between us, a raw, vulnerable ghost in the quiet, snowy night. I can still feel the phantom warmth of my hand on his arm, a simple touch that somehow rewired the entire contract, the entire universe. He is no longer just Dennis Weaver, the grumpy billionaire who hired me. He is a man with scars, a man who grew up in a house that was not a home, and that makes him infinitely more dangerous. We step back into the warmth of the silent house, shedding our coats without a word. The air inside, scented with the faint dying embers of the fire, feels just as charged as the air outside. He is supposed to go to his little cot in the adjoining room. I'm supposed to go to the big empty bed. That is the arrangement. That is the safe, professional boundary. My feet feel rooted to the floor. I watch him hang his coat, his movements economical and precise, but there's a tension in his shoulders that wasn't there before. He turns, and his intense blue eyes find mine across the dimly lit room. He doesn't speak. The question is there, clear as day. What now? My heart is a frantic, panicked thing in my chest, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. My brain, the practical event planner part of me, is screaming at me to say goodnight, to turn and walk away, to restore the boundary. I don't. I hold his gaze and turn, walking slowly toward the door of our suite. My hand is trembling slightly as I turn the old brass knob. I push the door open and step inside, but I don't let it close. I leave it open, an invitation, an answer. I hear his soft footsteps on the rug behind me. The door clicks shut, the sound a point of no return, and the large, quiet room suddenly feels very, very small. He crosses the space between us in 3 long strides. He stops right in front of me, so close I have to tilt my head back to look at him. I can see the flicker of the dying firelight reflected in his eyes. Dottie, he says. voice a low, rough sound I've never heard before. It's not a question. It's a statement. A surrender. "Dennis," I breathe, and then his mouth is on mine. The kiss isn't soft or tentative like the one under the mistletoe. This is a collision. It is desperate and hungry, a raw, consuming expression of every unspoken thing that has been building between us for days. His hands come up to cup my face, his thumbs stroking my jaw, and I make a small wounded sound in the back of my throat. I fist my hands in the ridiculously expensive fabric of his sweater, pulling him closer, trying to erase the last inch of space between us. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. I look at the man lying beside me, his eyes closed, his face relaxed and vulnerable in a way I have never seen. This is no longer my boss. This is not just a contract. This is a complication of catastrophic proportions. What have I done?
Chapter 15. Dennis. I wake to an anomaly. The first data point my brain processes is warmth, a steady, living warmth pressed along the entire length of my body. The second is a scent, clean and floral and uniquely her, tangled in the sheets and imprinted on the pillow beneath my head. The third is a weight, a slender arm draped across my chest, a hand resting just over my heart. These are foreign inputs, a system intrusion of the highest order. My eyes open. The light in the room is pale gray, the soft, diffused light of a snowy dawn. It filters through the large window, illuminating the beautiful, chaotic mess we made of this room. Clothes are discarded on the floor, a clear and damning record of last night's complete and total loss of control. And beside me, curled into my side as if she has every right to be there, is Dottie. She is asleep. Her face is turned toward me, her dark eyelashes a soft crescent against her cheek. A stray curl has fallen across her forehead. Her lips are slightly parted, her breathing a slow, even rhythm that I find myself matching without conscious thought. In sleep, the sharp, competent guard she wears is gone, leaving behind a profound and arresting vulnerability. I feel an illogical, unbidden urge to reach out and brush the stray curl from her skin. My hand actually begins to lift before I freeze it, my own muscles rebelling against a command I did not consciously give. I force my hand back down to my side. What is this? This sensation in my chest, this low, steady warmth that has nothing to do with the shared body heat under the quilts. It is a feeling of rightness, of a puzzle piece clicking into a place I did not know was empty. The feeling is terrifying. And then, my logical brain reboots like a system-wide alarm. Warning, unscheduled emotional variable detected, system integrity compromised. The words scroll through my mind, a frantic internal ticker tape of pure cold panic. Contract, liability, complication, breach. Last night was not a strategic maneuver. It was a catastrophic failure of judgment, a complete surrender to the very emotional messiness I have spent my entire life avoiding. The farm. The clean, simple transaction to secure the one thing I value. It is all now contaminated by this feeling. By her. This is how attachments form. This is how leverage is lost. My father's voice, cold and clinical from 1,000 boardroom-style dinners, echoes in my head. Emotion is a vulnerability your competitor will always exploit. My thumb begins to tap a frantic, silent rhythm against my thigh. I have to restore order. I have to re-establish the parameters of the agreement. I have to get out of this bed. I slip from under the covers with a practiced silence, careful not to wake her. The cold air of the room is a welcome shock, a bracing slap of reality. I do not look back at her. I cannot. Instead, I begin the methodical process of reassembling my armor. I retrieve my clothes from the floor, my movements precise, almost robotic. The crisp trousers, the soft gray cashmere sweater, the expensive, starkly modern watch that I fasten around my wrist. Each item is a layer of control, a reconstruction of the man I was before last night. I'm standing by the window, staring out at the snow-covered pines, but seeing nothing when I hear the rustle of sheets behind me. "Dennis?" Her voice is thick with sleep. Soft. It is a sound that pulls at something deep inside me. A chord I did not know existed. I do not want it to. I turn. She's sitting up, the heavy quilt clutched to her chest. Her hair is a beautiful, wild mess around her face, and her eyes are soft. She gives me a small, shy, hopeful smile. That smile is the most dangerous thing in this room. It is an invitation to a conversation I cannot afford to have. "Good morning," she says, her voice a little stronger now. "It is 7:16 a.m., I reply. It is a statement of fact, not a greeting. The coldness in my own voice is a comfort. It is a tool. The smile on her face falters, confusion clouding her warm eyes. She pulls the quilt tighter. "Right, well, I guess we should talk about last night." This is it. The emotional debriefing, the analysis of feelings. It is the very thing I must terminate. I need to cauterize this wound before it becomes infected. I take a step away from the window, putting more distance between us. My hands clench into fists at my sides. "There is nothing to discuss," I say. Her brow furrows. "Nothing to discuss?" "Dennis, it wasn't nothing. You can't possibly—" I cut her off. My voice is the one I use in my boardroom to kill a bad deal. It is flat, devoid of emotion, and final. "Last night was a variable I did not anticipate," I state, the words tasting like ash in my mouth even as they provide a sick sense of relief. An error in judgment. It cannot happen again. I watch the words hit her. I see the hope in her eyes extinguish, the soft vulnerability in her face crumble into a look of shocked, profound hurt. I see the color drain from her cheeks, leaving her looking small and lost in the center of that big, empty bed. I have taken the beautiful, chaotic, vulnerable thing we created last night and executed it. The logical part of my brain registers this as a success. Mission accomplished. The variable has been neutralized. But another part of me, a new and unwelcome part, registers the crushed look on her face as a catastrophic loss.
Chapter 16. Dottie. The morning after is an exercise in performance. I am a consummate professional. I can manage a 500-person gala with a kitchen fire and a broken generator. I can certainly manage one painfully awkward breakfast with a man who looked at me like I was the center of the universe one night and a regrettable business expense the next. I am downstairs, showered and dressed, before anyone else except Grandma Weaver. I radiate a calm, cheerful competence that is a complete and utter lie. I help set the table, my hands finding a strange comfort in the simple, orderly task. Forks aligned, napkins folded. I pour orange juice for the kids and engage Dennis's mother in a pleasant conversation about her prize-winning roses, which she apparently still manages to cultivate in a greenhouse even in the dead of winter. When Dennis finally enters the room, I feel his presence like a drop in barometric pressure. I do not look at him. I offer a bright, general, "Good morning, everyone," to the room at large, and then turn my full attention to Angela, who is trying to build a tower out of bacon. Honey, let's not play with our food, I say, my voice impossibly light. I can feel his eyes on me. I ignore them. I am polite. I am distant. I am an employee who has been properly reprimanded for crossing a line. When he asks his father to pass the salt, his hand brushes mine as I reach for the pepper. I flinch, pulling my hand back as if I have been burned. The moment is small, probably imperceptible to everyone else, but for us it is a screech of feedback in the otherwise happy noise of the room. After breakfast, my shield of professionalism goes into overdrive. While the rest of the family settles into a lazy morning, I am a whirlwind of productive energy. I see a jumble of dusty boxes in the corner of the great room, clearly intended for decorating, and I pounce. Grandma Weaver, I say, my voice ringing with an enthusiasm that should be medically alarming. The mantelpiece is looking a little bare. What do you say we tackle these decorations? Why, Dottie, what a wonderful idea, she says, beaming. For the next hour, that is my world. I am no longer a woman with a freshly broken heart and a humiliating one-night stand to regret. I am an event planner. I direct a few of the younger cousins, turning the task into a game. I untangle yards of evergreen garland, the sharp, clean scent of pine a welcome distraction. I arrange pine cones and velvet ribbons into a perfectly symmetrical, aesthetically pleasing display. I am creating order out of chaos, my signature move. My hands are busy, my mind is focused, and I do not have to think about the man who is sitting in the corner of the room, pretending to read a book, his silence a heavy, suffocating weight. Angela, of course, is my little shadow, my innocent, chattering tormentor. This is the best Christmas ever, she says, handing me a silver reindeer with one slightly bent antler. Denny Claus is the best. He's so strong, he lifted me up so easy yesterday. And his house is so big. It is a big house, sweetie, I say, my smile feeling plastered to my face. I take the reindeer and carefully straighten its antler before placing it on the mantel. My fingers fuss with its placement, nudging it a millimeter to the left. When we live here forever, she continues, completely oblivious, can my room have a swing in it? A real one, inside? Each word is a tiny, perfectly aimed dagger. Live here forever. The fantasy is no longer a game to her. It is becoming a plan, and it is all my fault. We'll see, baby, I manage to say, my throat feeling tight. Children can be selective in their understanding. It looks like Angela already forgot that we're just helping Dennis for Christmas. Just as I'm about to completely unravel, Grandma Weaver saves me with a new task, though her solution is a fresh kind of hell. Denny, be a dear, she calls out, not looking up from her knitting. Dottie needs the box of antique glass ornaments from the barn, the one on the high shelf. Go with her and get it down, will you? The air freezes. I can feel Dennis's reluctance, a palpable wave from across the room. But we cannot refuse. We are trapped. Of course, he says, voice a flat monotone. He closes his book and stands. The walk to the barn is the longest 50 yards of my life, conducted in a silence so thick I can barely breathe. The only sound is the crunch of our boots in the snow. Last night, this same walk felt like a secret, intimate journey. Tonight, it feels like a walk of shame. Inside the barn, the air is frigid and smells of sawdust and old memories. The workshop is exactly as we left it, a silent testament to the vulnerability he shared, and then viciously revoked. The box should be on the upper shelf, he says, his voice echoing slightly in the large space. I see it, I reply, my own voice clipped and brittle. He pulls over a small stepladder and climbs up. He reaches for the heavy cardboard box, and as he lifts it down, a shower of old, dry pine needles drifts down, dusting his dark hair and the shoulders of his sweater. He hands the box to me, his fingers brushing the back of my hand. I flinch again, a full-body recoil this time, and almost dropped the box. The sound of a dozen irreplaceable glass ornaments clinking precariously makes us both freeze. "I've got it," I say sharply, clutching the box to my chest. I turn and walk out of the barn without another word, leaving him alone in the dust and the memories. Back in the house, I try to shake off the tense, suffocating encounter. I need to focus on Angela, on the lie, on getting through the next 2 weeks. I help her into her bright pink coat and rainbow mittens, preparing her for another foray into the snow. She gazes up at me, her small face serious, her brow furrowed with a child's unfiltered perception. "Aunt Dottie?" "Yes, sweetie? Is Denny Claus mad at you?" The question hits me with the force of a punch, knocking all of the air from my lungs. I stare at her, my mouth opening and closing with no sound coming out. How do I even begin to answer that? His face is all frowny again, she continues, her voice full of genuine concern. Like when we first met him. I don't have to answer. I look up, and my eyes meet a pair of intense blue ones from the doorway of the great room. Dennis. He is standing there perfectly still, having heard every word. The mask of cold indifference he has worn all day is gone, replaced instead by a look of raw, genuine conflict. I see the hurt, the regret, the panic, all of it warring on his handsome, tormented face. It is a glimpse of the man from last night, the man who shared his story, the man who held me in the dark. And then, just as quickly, it is gone. The mask slams back down, his expression going carefully, cruelly blank. But I saw it, and he knows I saw it. Chapter 17. Dottie. For the next 24 hours, I am a master of evasion. I become a permanent fixture in the kitchen, an expert at untangling Christmas lights, a suddenly passionate student of Grandma Weaver's knitting techniques. I am everywhere and nowhere at once, a ghost of pleasantries and helpfulness. I am never, ever alone. It is a deliberate, strategic dance. And Dennis is a clumsy partner. He keeps trying to cut in, appearing at my elbow while I'm helping Angela build a snowman, or cornering me by the coffee machine, only for me to suddenly remember a pressing need to help his mother find a particular cookie cutter. He looks haunted. The cool, detached mask is back in place, but it's fraying at the edges. And the conflict I saw in his eyes in the doorway is a constant low-level hum between us. He finally corners me in the pantry. I'm on my tiptoes, reaching for a can of pumpkin puree on a high shelf, and when I turn, he is just there, blocking the only exit. His large frame filling the small space. "Dottie, we need to speak," he says, his voice low and formal. "I'm a little busy, Dennis," I say, my voice becoming a cool, brittle thing. "Grandma Weaver and I are making pies. This will only take a moment." He does not move. He looks deeply uncomfortable, like a man about to deliver a disappointing quarterly report. I recognize that my conduct yesterday was suboptimal. Your visible distress was a data point I have taken under advisement. A data point? Oh, this is not going to be good. To that end, he continues, completely oblivious to the fury that is starting to simmer in my veins, I have instructed my assistant to amend the terms of our agreement. She will be adding a clause for hardship compensation, a bonus to be paid upon completion of the contract, to account for any emotional distress incurred. I stare at him, the can of pumpkin in my hand suddenly feeling very heavy. The sheer, unadulterated audacity of it all is breathtaking. He thinks he can fix what he did with a bonus. A laugh escapes me. It is not a happy sound. "You think you can pay me?" I ask, my voice dangerously quiet. "You think you can wound someone, humiliate them, and then just write a check to make it all better? Is that how it works in your world? Are my feelings just another line item on your expense report?" "That is not what I—" "Save it," I snap, shoving past him. I placed the can of pumpkin on the counter with a loud, angry thud. You can keep your goddamn hardship compensation. Just stay the hell away from me. I don't wait for a reply. I flee. I grab my coat, ignoring the questioning look from his grandmother, and march out into the biting cold. I just need to breathe air that doesn't feel contaminated by his presence, by his cold, transactional view of the world, a world I was stupid enough to think he might be escaping. I end up at the edge of the frozen pond, a vast white expanse of ice fringed by snow-heavy pines. The silence is a relief, the cold air, a welcome shock that cools the hot anger in my cheeks. I sink down onto a fallen log, wrapping my arms around myself, and stare at my own faint reflection in the dark, polished ice. Why do I even care? Why did his words hurt so much? It's a business deal. I knew that going in. But the man in the workshop, the man who held my niece with such unexpected tenderness, that man didn't feel like business. And I was an idiot to believe he was real. I don't know how long I sit there before the crunch of boots in the snow announces I'm no longer alone. I don't have to look. I can feel him. He stops a few feet away, a silent, imposing figure in the winter landscape. He just stands there. When he finally speaks, his voice is raw, stripped of all its corporate polish. That was the wrong way to handle things, he says. I say nothing, continuing to stare at the ice. It is, he continues, his voice strained. The only way I know how to handle things. When a system is malfunctioning, you find a logistical solution. You offer a patch, an upgrade. I'm not a piece of your software, Dennis, I say without turning. I am aware of that, he says, and he sounds wrecked. Believe me, I am acutely aware of that. He moves to stand in front of me, forcing me to look at him. The man from the pantry is gone. The man in his place looks lost, his usual composure completely gone, his eyes full of a desperate, honest turmoil. I am sorry, he says, and the words sound like they are physically painful for him to say. Not just for what I said, for why I said it. I have no idea how to navigate this. The messiness, the emotional variables. It is a language I was never taught. When I woke up next to you, I felt something, and it terrified me. So I did what I always do. I terminated the threat. His honesty is a blow, a raw, clumsy, heartfelt confession that disarms me completely. My anger, which had been a hot protective shield, simply dissolves. In its place is a weary, aching understanding. He is not a monster. He is just a man who is as broken as his childhood, a man who was taught that feelings were a liability to be neutralized. I look at him, really look at him, and I see the crack in his armor. It is a jagged, vulnerable thing. And in that moment, I make a choice. Your apology is accepted, I say softly. The relief that washes over his face is profound. For a moment, we just stand there in the quiet cold, a fragile, unspoken truce hanging in the air. He is still standing, and I'm still sitting on the log. He extends a hand to me, a simple, ungloved hand offered in the winter air. Come on, he says, his voice still rough. It is getting dark. I look at his hand, then up at his face. I hesitate for only a second before placing my own hand in his. His fingers close around mine, his skin warm and strong. He pulls me to my feet, and as I rise, a jolt, sharp and startlingly familiar, shoots up my arm. It is still there, the spark, the undeniable, terrifying current that flows between us. But it is different now. It is stronger, deeper, and infinitely more complicated. No longer just a spark of attraction, but a fragile, terrifying connection.
Chapter 18. Julian. My bedroom has become a listening post, a cage of my own making. For the past 36 hours, I have been tethered by a wire to the silence of my grandfather's study, waiting for the bombshell that will win me my birthright. The reality of surveillance, I have discovered, is excruciatingly dull. I have listened to hours of nothing. I have heard the faint, rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall. I have heard the cheerful, off-key humming of the housekeeper as she dusts. I have heard the distant, muffled laughter of my family, a sound that grates on my nerves like sandpaper. But from my dear cousin and his brilliant, beautiful fiancée, nothing. Not a single incriminating word. They have not used the study. The trap is perfect, but the prey is refusing to walk into it. My frustration is physical, a sour knot in my gut. I pace my room from the window overlooking the pristine, snow-covered fields to the door, my earbuds a constant, useless weight. This entire arrangement stinks. The timing is too perfect. Dennis's transformation from a cold-hearted recluse to a doting family man is too abrupt. I know it is a lie. I can feel it in my bones, but I cannot prove it. Just as I'm about to give up for the night, I hear it. The creak of the study door. I lunge for my laptop, my heart giving a hard, satisfying thud. The audio feed crackles to life. I slide the headphones over my ears, tuning out the world. This is it. And the final shipment of ornaments is scheduled to arrive tomorrow morning, Dottie is saying. Her voice is crisp, professional. I will have my assistant confirm the delivery window, Dennis replies, his tone as flat and devoid of passion as a corporate press release. We need to ensure the logistics are handled seamlessly for the town's tree lighting ceremony. I lean closer to the speaker, my brow furrowed. This is not the hushed, intimate conversation of lovers. This is the conversation of two colleagues planning a product launch. Okay, Dottie says. I'll make sure Angela has her snowsuit ready. She's very excited. Her excitement is noted, Dennis says, after a slight pause. My participation in the preceding sleigh ride is a necessary component of the overall performance. Performance. The word is a shot of pure adrenaline. I have him. It's a confession, clear as day. I almost laugh out loud, a bark of pure triumphant victory. I can already picture my grandmother's face, the family's shock, the deed to this farm landing squarely in my hands. But as I listen to them continue, a cold dose of reality extinguishes my elation. They move on to discussing the weather forecast, the menu for dinner, all in the same stilted, painfully polite tones. It is damning to my ears, but what will it sound like to my family? Dennis could easily claim it was a private joke between them. My grandmother, ever the romantic, would dismiss it as the strange language of a couple in love. It is not enough. I rip the earbuds out, the silence of my room rushing back in. A recording of them being awkward is not a smoking gun. It is circumstantial evidence, and my cousin is a master of navigating the gray areas. I need something that leaves no room for interpretation, no possibility of a charming, witty explanation from the brilliant Ms. Adley. I need something tangible. My mind shifts, my frustration sharpening into a cold, clear focus. I think about Dennis, a man of systems, of data, of contracts, a man who would never enter into a personal or professional arrangement of this magnitude without a legally binding document outlining every term, every deliverable, every payment schedule. The proof is not going to be in what they say. It is going to be in what they signed. The contract has to be here. Either a physical copy, locked away in his luggage, or a digital file on that sleek, encrypted laptop he carries everywhere. I need to get my hands on it. A new kind of energy, predatory and patient, settles over me. I just need an opportunity, a window where he is out of the house, away from his armor and his secrets. As if summoned by the thought, the sound of Dennis's voice carries up from the entryway. I am heading into town now, grandmother. I should be back in an hour. Thank you, Denny, her voice replies. I cannot finish the embroidery on this stocking without that silver thread. An errand, a simple domestic errand. I move to my window, my heart starting to beat a little faster now. I watch as Dennis, bundled in a dark, expensive coat, walks toward his car. The house is still full of people, children playing, my mother and aunts gossiping in the great room. But his own room, his laptop, his luggage, they will be unguarded. It is a risk, a significant one. But the reward is everything. I watch his black car disappear down the long, snow-lined drive. The front door closes, and the happy murmur of my family fills the house once more. They are all so blissfully, stupidly unaware. A slow, cold smile spreads across my face. My opportunity has arrived.
Chapter 19. Dennis. The errand in town is a brief, welcome respite. It is a simple, transactional task, procuring a specific brand of silver embroidery thread for my grandmother that reminds me of a world governed by logic and efficiency. But the moment I return, I am pulled back into the chaotic, emotionally volatile ecosystem of my family. The house is buzzing with an escalated level of festive preparation. My grandmother informs me, in a tone that permits no negotiation, that the entire family is expected to be present for the lighting of the town's Christmas tree. As the donors of the tree, our presence is not merely requested, it is mandatory. We are to be front and center. As a family, she adds, her eyes finding Dottie across the room before flicking back to me. A clear directive. I find Dottie by the fireplace, helping Angela fasten the buckle on her snow boot. I wait until the child has run off to join her cousins. It appears we have a public-facing engagement this evening, I say, voice a low, neutral report. Dottie looks at me, her expression carefully guarded. The raw honesty from our conversation at the pond has been packed away, replaced by a fragile, professional truce. So I hear, she says. I assume the terms of the performance are the same? Happy, devoted couple? That is the expectation, I confirm. A silent understanding passes between us. The truce holds. The performance must continue. An hour later, I'm standing in the middle of the town square, a place I've actively avoided for over a decade. The air is cold and sharp, thick with the scents of roasting chestnuts, hot cider, and damp wool. A local church choir is singing a slightly off-key rendition of "O Holy Night." The entire scene is a caricature of small-town holiday cheer, and I'm on display in the middle of it. I'm acutely aware of Dottie beside me, the warmth of her a stark contrast to the frigid air. The townspeople watch us, their faces a mixture of curiosity and holiday goodwill. I can feel Julian's gaze on us from somewhere in the crowd, a pinpoint of focused malevolence. The performance must be flawless. I execute the first required maneuver. I slide my arm around Dottie's waist, pulling her closer to my side. Her body is tense for a second before she relaxes into my hold, leaning against me just enough to sell the illusion. Her hip presses against mine. The scent wafting from her hair, something clean and faintly floral, drifts up to me. It is an unwelcome, distracting data point. My thumb, of its own accord, begins to tap against the thick fabric of her coat. The mayor is on the makeshift stage now, delivering a speech I am not listening to. My focus is entirely on maintaining the placid, benevolent expression of a man in love. It is an exhausting exercise. "Denny, I can't see!" Angela's small voice cuts through my concentration. She is wedged between Dottie and me, craning her neck to see past the wall of adults in front of us. "The mayor is not a particularly compelling speaker, I assure you," I say. "But I want to see the tree light up," she insists, her tone bordering on a whine. She stares up at me, her eyes wide and pleading. "Can I go on your shoulders? Please? Like the dad in the movie?" I freeze. This is an unplanned escalation, an unscripted improvisation that requires a level of physical intimacy and public fatherhood I am not prepared for. I look to Dottie for guidance, a silent, panicked query. She gives me a slight, almost imperceptible nod. "Your call." I look down at Angela's expectant face. Terminating her request will result in a public display of childish disappointment, a variable that could compromise the entire evening's performance. Acquiescing, however, I make the calculation. Acquiescing is the more strategic option. "Very well," I say, my voice stiff. I crouch down, the movement awkward in my heavy coat. "Come here." Her face breaks into a brilliant, triumphant smile. Dottie helps guide her, and a moment later she is settled on my shoulders. She is surprisingly light, a negligible weight. Her small, mitten-clad hands come to rest on the top of my head for balance, and her snow pants-clad legs are hooked around my neck. The position is strange. I feel a bizarre, primal sense of responsibility, of being anchored by the small, trusting life perched atop me. It does not feel unpleasant. It feels, against all logic, correct. The mayor is finally wrapping up, beginning the traditional countdown. The crowd joins in. 5, 4, 3. Angela squeals with delight, her small hands tightening on my head. Over the sound of the crowd, my eyes find Dottie's. She's looking up at me, a complex, unreadable expression on her face. In that look, I see the entirety of our complicated, chaotic arrangement, the shared vulnerability in the workshop, the raw, clumsy apology at the pond, the memory of our night together, and the fragile truce that now exists between us. It is a full conversation conducted in a single, silent moment. 2, 1. With a collective gasp from the crowd, the massive fir tree in the square explodes into a blaze of 100,000 glittering, multicolored lights. The sudden brightness is stunning, reflecting in the wide, wondrous eyes of every person in the square. At that exact moment, as the crowd breaks into cheers, Dottie does something that short-circuits my entire operating system. She leans in and rests her head against my shoulder. It is a small gesture, a simple public act of affection for the benefit of the audience. It is part of the performance. I know this. But the warmth of her cheek against the cold wool of my coat, the soft, trusting weight of her leaning on me, the aroma of her hair filling my senses, my logical brain ceases to function. The line between the performance and the reality, between the lie and my own illogical burgeoning desires, completely dissolves. This gesture, I realize with a sudden, terrifying clarity, does not feel fake at all. It feels like the only real thing in the entire world.
I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 20. Dottie. The fragile truce holds. For 2 days, Dennis and I exist in a state of careful, polite distance. We are colleagues executing a project. We are two actors who know our lines. We stand next to each other at family gatherings. We smile for his grandmother. We even manage a stilted but passable conversation about the weather. After the raw honesty at the pond, we have retreated back to the safety of the script. It is easier this way. It is also a lie that is starting to feel suffocating. The fragile peace is shattered by the arrival of a cherry red SUV and a woman who looks like she just stepped out of a Christmas catalog. I'm on the porch, watching Angela and her cousins attempt to build a snow fort when the car crunches up the gravel drive. A stunning blonde in a cream-colored cashmere coat emerges, her smile as bright and white as the snow around her. Grandma Weaver immediately bustles out the front door. "Clara, darling, what a wonderful surprise. I was just on my way back from the village and thought I'd drop off these cookies," the woman, Clara, says, her voice a tinkling bell. Her eyes, however, are scanning the porch, and they land on Dennis, who has just come outside with 2 mugs of hot chocolate. "Denny," she breathes, her smile somehow getting even brighter. "I heard you were home. It's been too long." "Clara," Dennis says, his voice its usual flat monotone. He doesn't smile, but he's not exactly frowning either. He is neutral. "It is good to see you." "Good to see you?" she says, playfully swatting his arm, his very expensive cashmere-clad arm. A hot, ugly, and entirely unwelcome feeling twists in my gut. "You disappear for a year and all I get is good to see you? You're as charming as ever." She has the easy, familiar manner of someone with history. Deep history. The way she looks at him is a universal language I understand all too well. I, his supposed fiancée of several months, am completely invisible. I am a piece of furniture on the porch. Grandma Weaver, bless her heart, seems to realize this at the same time I do. "Oh, where are my manners? Clara, this is Dottie, Dennis's fiancée," she says, beaming. Clara's smile tightens for a fraction of a second, a barely perceptible flicker of disappointment, before it is back, brighter than ever. "Oh my goodness, fiancée. Dennis, you sly dog, you didn't say a word." She extends a perfectly manicured hand to me. "It is so lovely to meet you." "You too," I say, my own smile feeling like a cheap plastic imitation next to hers. The whole encounter lasts another 10 minutes. 10 minutes of Clara reminiscing about old times, asking Dennis about his company, and generally ignoring my existence. 10 minutes of me standing there, the hot, ugly knot in my stomach twisting tighter and tighter. I hate it. I hate her. And I hate myself for feeling this way. It is illogical. It is insane. This is a fake relationship. I have no right to feel this sharp, possessive pang of whatever this is. The moment Clara's cherry red SUV disappears down the drive, I make my excuses. I think I hear my phone. I lie and flee upstairs to the relative safety of my room. My hands are shaking. I feel ridiculous, like a teenager having a jealous fit. I need a dose of reality. I need to talk to someone who exists outside of this magical snow globe world of lies and beautiful, hostile neighbors. I pull out my phone and dial Chloe. "Dottie, how's the mysterious high-paying gig?" She answers on the second ring. "It is a complete and total trash show. That's how it is," I say, the words tumbling out in a rush as I pace the length of the antique rug. "Ooh, juicy, spill." And I do. I tell her everything. The constant pressure to be the perfect, loving fiancé. The warm, wonderful family that makes me feel like the world's biggest fraud. The slimy cousin Julian, who looks at me like he knows my secrets. And then I tell her about Dennis. He is the most infuriating, impossible, hot and cold man I have ever met. I rant, my voice rising. One minute he's building walls so high, you'd need a grappling hook to get over them. The next he's showing me his grandfather's secret workshop and telling me about his sad, loveless childhood. We had this moment. And then the next morning, he acts like I'm a hostile corporate takeover. And just now, some perfect blonde snow bunny in a $1,000 coat shows up and starts pawing at him, and he just lets her. I stop, breathless, my chest heaving. There is a long silence on the other end of the line. "Dot," Chloe says finally, her voice dangerously soft. "Honey, it sounds like you're jealous." "I am not jealous," I snap, the denial coming out too fast, too loud. "I am stressed. This is a high-pressure job with a lot of moving parts. My feelings are a perfectly logical reaction to a chaotic work environment." Okay, she says, her tone placating. Let me rephrase. You're in a fake relationship with this grumpy, secretly wounded billionaire. You're sleeping in the same room. You've seen him be tender with your niece, and he's shared his tragic backstory. You kissed him under the mistletoe, and then you slept with him. And now you're pissed that another woman is flirting with him. She takes a breath. Oh, honey, you're falling for him, aren't you? No, the word explodes out of me. I stop pacing and stare at my own frantic reflection in the wardrobe mirror. Absolutely not. Don't be ridiculous. He's my boss. He's emotionally constipated. He is a walking, talking, beautifully tailored complication. This is a business deal. My feelings are not involved. My own voice sounds shrill and unconvincing to my ears. I'm listing the reasons like a lawyer making a case, desperate to convince the jury, desperate to convince myself. Chloe is quiet for another long moment. Okay, Dottie, she says, and the gentleness in her voice is what finally breaks me. Whatever you say. We talk for a few more minutes about Angela, about my business, about anything other than Dennis Weaver. But the question hovers in the air, a massive, unexploded bomb. When we hang up, the silence in the room is deafening. I walk to the antique mirror and stare at my reflection. My face is flushed. My eyes are wide and panicked. I look like a woman who has just been caught in a lie. Chloe's words echo in my head. You're falling for him, aren't you? The frantic, desperate denial I felt just moments ago drains away, leaving behind a cold, terrifying, and undeniable truth. I watch as my own eyes fill with tears. I press a trembling hand to my mouth and whisper to the broken woman in the mirror. Oh God, I am.
Chapter 21. Dennis. The house is a tomb of secrets and silence. Sleep does not come. My mind, a machine that is usually so adept at categorizing and dismissing data, is caught in an infinite loop. Her name, her face, the scent of her hair, the memory of her head resting on my shoulder, a simple, trusting weight that felt more real than the ground beneath my feet. I abandon the pretense of rest. The cold floorboards are a welcome shock against the soles of my feet as I navigate the sleeping house. I am drawn, not to the kitchen for water, but to the one place that offers a silence to match the one inside my head, the library. To my surprise, there she is. She is standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window at the far end of the room, a dark, slender silhouette against the brilliant, snow-lit landscape. Moonlight pours over her, turning the simple cotton of her sleep shirt into something ethereal. She is staring out at the frozen pond, and the stillness in her posture speaks of a restlessness that mirrors my own. I do not announce my presence. I simply walk toward her, my footsteps swallowed by the thick Persian rug. The air in here is different, heavy with the scent of old paper, leather, and decaying history. It is the scent of my grandfather's legacy. She must sense me because she turns as I stop a few feet away. Her eyes are wide and dark in the moonlight, her expression unguarded. We just look at each other for a long moment, the silence stretching between us, thick with everything that has happened. The truce at the pond, the shared glances, the unspoken understanding. I cannot stop thinking about it, I say, the words becoming a raw, unedited confession torn from a place I did not know existed. The tree lighting. Her breath hitches, a tiny audible sound in the quiet room. What about it? When you rested your head on my shoulder, I say, taking a step closer. The admission feels like a betrayal of every logical principle that has ever governed my life. That part, it felt real. Her eyes search mine, looking for the trap, for the transactional angle. She finds none. There is none. There is only this raw, terrifying truth. It was just for the crowd, she whispers. But there is no conviction in her voice. It is a defense she is offering me, an escape hatch. No, I say, closing the final inch of distance between us. It was not. I bring my hand up, not to her face, but to the small, star-shaped locket at her throat. My thumb brushes against the worn, warm metal. Her skin is soft, her pulse a frantic, fluttering bird beneath my fingertips. She does not pull away. She leans into my touch, a minute surrender that feels like a cataclysm. That is all I need. I lower my head and kiss her. This kiss is nothing like the first two. It is not the performative spark of the mistletoe, nor the desperate, frantic collision against her door. This is slow. It is deliberate. It is a question and an answer all at once, a deep, searching exploration that speaks of a hunger that is not just physical. I taste the lingering mint of toothpaste and the unique, sweet flavor that is purely Dottie. She sighs into my mouth, her hands coming up to grip my forearms, and I'm lost. I break the kiss only to murmur against her lips. I've been fighting this since the moment I saw you. I know, she breathes. Me too. Her honesty undoes me. I kiss her again, harder this time, backing her up against the cold, smooth glass of the massive window. She gasps as her back hits the freezing pane, the sound a raw invitation. The moonlight frames us, the snowy landscape a silent witness to our surrender. My hands are everywhere, mapping the curves of her body through the thin cotton of her clothes. Her hands are in my hair, pulling me closer, her nails scraping lightly against my scalp. "Dennis," she moans, her voice a plea. The sound of my own name, spoken with such desperate need, is a lit fuse. I pull back, looking down at her, at the raw want on her beautiful face. "Tell me you want this, Dottie. I need to hear you say it." "I want this," she says, her voice trembling but fierce. "God, I want you."
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
The logical part of my brain is trying to reboot, to calculate the catastrophic damage this has done to my plan. But it cannot. It is silenced by the feel of her in my arms, by the scent of her skin, by the profound, terrifying rightness of this moment. I am holding her, and I realize with a clarity that is both beautiful and horrifying that I do not want to let her go. The words are out before I can stop them. A quiet, desperate whisper in the near darkness, a complete breach of every rule I have ever lived by. Stay.
Chapter 22. Julian. The silence from the audio feed is no longer a source of frustration. It is an opportunity. For nearly 2 hours since my cousin and his lovely fiancée disappeared from the main floor of the house, the listening device in the study has transmitted nothing but the faint rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock in the hall. They are occupied. I have spent the time productively, mapping out the next phase of my strategy. The audio recordings are a dead end. I need tangible proof, and I am now certain a physical or digital contract exists. The question is not if, but where. And now the house is quiet. The older relatives have gone to bed, and the low murmur of the television from the den, where some of the younger cousins are watching a movie, is the only sign of life. The time for passive observation is over. I slip out of my room, my socked feet silent on the antique runners that line the upstairs hallway. The house is dark, save for a single dim sconce at the top of the stairs, and the faint silvery glow of moonlight filtering through the windows. Every creak of the old floorboards sounds like a gunshot in the stillness. This is a risk, a significant one. But the potential reward is the entire world as I know it. I make my way downstairs, avoiding the steps I know are prone to groaning. I pass the great room, dark and cavernous, and pause at the entrance to the library. The fire has burned down to a pile of softly pulsing orange embers. A cashmere throw is crumpled on the floor in front of the hearth, next to 2 empty glasses that certainly were not there earlier. A slow, knowing smirk touches my lips. So that is how they are occupying their time. Good. Let them be distracted by their carnal little games. It makes my own work that much easier. I continue down the hall to the study, my heart beating a low, steady rhythm of anticipation. The door is closed, but unlocked. I slip inside, closing it softly behind me, and am enveloped in the familiar, comforting smell of old books and my grandfather's pipe tobacco, a scent that Dennis has not managed to completely eradicate. I do not turn on the lights. I use the flashlight on my phone, the narrow beam cutting through the darkness. The room is exactly as I left it, sterile, orderly. My beam lands on the first target, the sleek silver laptop on the center of the desk. I open it. The screen springs to life, displaying a login prompt that requires both a password and a thumbprint scan. Of course, Dennis, the tech paranoid, would have his machine locked down like a fortress. I try a few backdoor entry commands, my fingers flying over the keyboard, but his firewalls are, predictably, world-class. It would take me days, not minutes, to get past his encryption. A surge of hot, angry frustration washes over me. To be so close, to know the proof is likely just a few clicks away, stored in the cold, digital heart of this machine. It is infuriating. I sit back in my grandfather's leather chair, sweeping the flashlight beam around the room, my mind racing. I am missing something. Dennis is meticulous, but he is also old-fashioned in some ways, a trait he inherited from our grandfather. He believes in paper, in hard copies. My eyes land on the expensive dark leather briefcase tucked neatly beside the desk. I pull it onto my lap. It is heavy, solid, smelling of money and power. It is secured with 2 brass combination locks. Simpler technology, more vulnerable. I know my cousin. He is a creature of habit, but also of ego. The combinations would be something significant to him, but not to anyone else. I try his birthday. 0815. Nothing. I try the year his company was founded. 2016. Nothing. My frustration mounts. I'm running out of time. Then another date comes to mind. A date that is significant to both of us, but for very different reasons. The date of our grandfather's death, 1103. I turn the small brass dials. Click. The first lock springs open. A thrill, sharp and electric, shoots through me. I try the same combination on the second lock. Click. It opens. I have him. My hands are shaking slightly with adrenaline as I open the briefcase. It is, like everything in his life, perfectly organized. A series of neat, tabbed manila folders. I pull them out, my flashlight beam scanning the labels. WWG, I-merger proposal, Cayman account statements, Q4 projections, and then I see it. A single folder, thinner than the rest, labeled simply DA agreement. My breath catches. I flip it open. The cold, legalistic language is a thing of beauty, a masterpiece of transactional cynicism. My eyes devour the words, my heart pounding in my ears. This agreement is entered into by and between Dennis Weaver, herein referred to as the client, and Dorothy Adley, herein referred to as the contractor. Contractor! I almost laugh out loud. It is more perfect than I could have imagined. In consideration of the sum of $250,000, the contractor agrees to perform the role of fiancé for a period of 3 weeks. The performance shall be deemed successful upon the client's confirmed inheritance of the property, known as Weaver's Wintergreen. I cannot take the document. That would be foolish, amateurish. He would know immediately. But I do not have to. I lay the pages flat on the antique desk, my hands moving with a surgeon's precision. I pull out my phone again, switch to the camera, and turn off the flash. I hold the phone steady, the flashlight providing just enough light. One by one, I take a series of sharp, clear photographs of each page, ensuring every damning clause, every signature line, is perfectly legible. The proof is now mine. I place the documents back in the folder, return the folder to the briefcase, and carefully close it, resetting the tumblers on the locks. I tuck it back into place beside the desk, exactly where I found it. I do a final sweep of the room, my own version of quality control. Nothing is out of place. No one will ever know I was here. I slip out of the study and back to my room, my triumph a hot, soaring thing in my chest. I sit on my bed in the dark and pull up the first photo on my phone. The cold, contractual words glow on the screen, a beacon of my impending victory. I smile, the expression feeling sharp and predatory in the darkness. Merry Christmas to me.
Chapter 23. Dottie. I wake up the morning of Christmas Eve to a feeling I haven't allowed myself to experience in a very long time, a fragile, terrifying, and unmistakable flicker of hope. The memory of the library, the scent of old books, the heat of his skin, the raw vulnerability in his voice when he whispered for me to stay, is a vivid living thing inside me. We have not spoken of it. We slipped back into our separate beds before dawn. 2 thieves stealing back to our corners after a heist, but something has fundamentally shifted between us. The air is no longer thick with tension or awkwardness. It is charged with a quiet, humming awareness. At breakfast, he does not sit across the table, a silent island of detached observation. He sits beside me, so close our knees brush under the table. He pours me a cup of coffee without asking, remembering that I take it with a splash of cream and no sugar. A small thing. A detail he had no reason to log in his formidable brain, but he did. There is a 90% chance of significant snowfall this afternoon, he says, voice a low murmur meant only for me amidst the happy chaos of the breakfast table. The roads into town could be compromised. So we're officially snowed in? I ask, turning to him. A small, almost imperceptible smile touches his lips. That is the likely outcome. His eyes hold mine for a moment, and the look in them is no longer guarded or transactional. It is warm, and it is full of the same unspoken promise from the library. The hope in my chest unfurls, a dangerous, beautiful flower. Later that morning, Angela, high on sugar cookies and Christmas spirit, makes a declaration. We should go ice skating on the real frozen pond, like in the movies. That sounds like a wonderful idea, Dennis's father says. My own skating skills are shaky at best, learned during a few awkward middle school birthday parties. Oh, I don't know, I begin, but I'm cut off. I think that is an excellent plan, Dennis says, his gaze finding mine across the room. He is not looking at his father or Angela. He is looking at me. It is an invitation, a challenge. And for the very first time since I signed that damn contract, I don't think about the lie, or the money, or the 100 logical reasons why I should say no. I just think about his hand in mine. Okay, I say, a real genuine smile spreading across my face. Let's do it. The pond is a vast, glittering sheet of silver-white ice, surrounded by a silent army of snow-laden pine trees. The air is so cold and crisp it feels like a physical thing against my cheeks. The scene is a chaotic jumble of weavers, everyone laughing and shouting as they lace up their skates. Dennis kneels in front of Angela, his large, capable hands carefully tightening the laces on her tiny white skates. He is patient and focused, his brow furrowed in concentration, and the sight of this powerful, intimidating man performing such a small, tender act of fatherhood makes my heart do a painful, complicated flip. When it's my turn, my fingers are numb and clumsy with the laces. "Need a hand, Adley?" Dennis asks, appearing beside me, a teasing glint in his eyes. "Only if you promise not to let me fall, Weaver," I shoot back, the easy, witty banter feeling startlingly natural. He smirks. "No guarantees. The contract does not cover personal injury." But when I step onto the ice, my ankle's immediately wobbling. His hand is there, strong and sure, enclosing mine. A jolt of warmth shoots up my arm, chasing away the cold. Angela, naturally, is a prodigy, gliding across the ice with the fearless grace of a 7-year-old. The rest of the Weavers are a mix of elegant skaters and clumsy bumblers. And then there's Dennis and me. He is a surprisingly steady, graceful skater. I, on the other hand, am a disaster. I cling to his hand like a lifeline, my laughter mixing with his as my legs threaten to fly out from under me. "You are a menace to public safety," he says, his voice full of a low, rumbling amusement I am coming to crave. "You're the one who agreed to this hazardous mission," I reply, my skates sliding precariously. He pulls me closer, his other arm coming around my waist to steady me. The risks I am finding are worth the reward. His words, his proximity, the genuine warmth in his eyes, it is all too much. My internal monologue, the pragmatic voice that has been my constant companion, is screaming at me. This isn't real. It's a performance. It ends in less than a week. But as I look at him, at his real smile, and then over at Angela, her face rosy with cold and happiness as she skates circles around us, another more reckless voice takes over. "Just for today," it whispers. "Just for today, let it be real." And so I do. I let go of the fear, of the contract, of the inevitable heartbreak. I lean into his hold. I laugh when he attempts a spin to show off and almost ends up on his butt, me barely managing to keep him upright as we collapse against each other in a heap of tangled limbs and breathless laughter. For one perfect, crystalline afternoon, we are not a billionaire and his contractor. We are a man and a woman. We are a family. As dusk begins to settle, painting the sky in shades of bruised purple and soft rose, the other Weavers start to head back toward the warm, glowing lights of the house. Snow begins to fall, not a blizzard, but a gentle, lazy drift of perfect, fat flakes that dust our hair and shoulders. Soon, it is just the three of us left on the pond, the only sound the soft scrape of Angela's skates and our own quiet breaths. Dennis skates over to me, his hands finding my waist, bringing me to a stop in the center of the pond. Angela glides to a halt beside us, her small, mittened hand finding my free one. "This was the best day," she says, voice full of a sleepy, satisfied contentment. "Yes," Dennis says, his eyes locked on mine. "It was." He leans in, and in the quiet, magical twilight, with the snow falling around us, he kisses me. It is not the desperate, hungry kiss from the library. It is slow and sweet and full of a feeling so profound it makes my knees weak. It is a kiss that feels like a promise. He pulls back, his forehead resting against mine, our breath mingling in a white cloud in the cold air. "I could get used to this," he whispers, his voice rich with an emotion I am too terrified to name. And in my soaring, foolish heart, I know, with a terrifying certainty, that I already have.
Chapter 24. Dennis. The perfect day bleeds into a perfect evening. The lingering magic from the frozen pond follows us back into the house, a warm, unassailable glow. After dinner, the family gathers in the great room, the air thick with the scent of pine and the low, happy rumble of conversation. Dottie is on the floor with Angela and a few of their cousins, helping them assemble a complex puzzle. I am watching her. I've been watching her all day. She is a beautiful, chaotic variable, that has systematically dismantled every one of my defenses. The truce we called at the pond has morphed into something else, something I do not have a name for. It is easy. We talk. We laugh. The sharp, witty banter she wields so expertly is no longer a weapon, but a bridge between us. After my admission on the ice, after her head rested on my shoulder, the performance has become dangerously, intoxicatingly real. My grandmother, who has been observing everyone with the keen eye of a 4-star general, chooses this moment to strike. "Denny," she says, her voice cutting through the happy chatter. The room quiets. I think it is time. I know immediately what she means. The heirloom ring. The complication. I feel Dottie tense on the floor, her hand stilling over a piece of the puzzle. "Time for what, Mother?" my own mother asks, oblivious. Grandma Weaver smiles, her eyes sparkling. "Time for the real thing." She stands and retrieves a small, worn velvet box from the mantelpiece, a box I've not seen opened in 30 years. "Your great-grandmother's ring, Dennis. It is tradition." A wave of expectant silence falls over the room. This is a ceremony, a piece of family liturgy I did not anticipate performing in such a public forum. I feel Julian's eyes on me from across the room, sharp and smug. He is waiting for me to fail. My grandmother hands me the box. The worn velvet is soft beneath my fingers. "Go on," she whispers, her eyes shining. There is no escape. This is a critical component of the performance. I walk over to where Dottie is still kneeling on the floor. I crouch in front of her, the position feeling both theatrical and intensely vulnerable. Her eyes are wide, dark, and full of a quiet panic that mirrors my own. I open the box. The ring is not a statement of wealth like the placeholder I gave her. It is a testament to history. A simple, elegant gold band, worn smooth with time, holding a single, small, old European cut diamond that glimmers with a soft, internal fire in the light from the hearth. "Dorothy Adley," I say, my voice becoming a low, steady thing that betrays none of the chaos churning inside me. My grandmother informs me that tradition dictates I do this properly. I take her left hand. Her skin is warm, her fingers trembling slightly. I gently slide the cold, enormous placeholder diamond from her finger and replace it with the simple, warm gold of my family's past. It fits perfectly. "It is beautiful," she whispers, her voice barely audible. "It is yours," I say, and the vow, meant to be part of the script, feel like an undeniable truth. The room erupts in applause and a few happy tears from my mother. I stand, helping Dottie to her feet. We are forced to accept hugs and congratulations. It is a dizzying, overwhelming charade. But through it all, my hand finds hers, our fingers lacing together. A silent, mutual acknowledgement of the new, terrifying weight of the lie we now share. Later, much later, the house finally falls silent. The family has all gone to bed, exhausted from the day's festivities. But I cannot sleep. My mind is a riot of conflicting data. The cold, hard fact of the contract versus the undeniable warmth of Dottie's hand in mine. The transactional nature of our deal versus the profound historical significance of the ring she now wears. I walk back into the great room, drawn by the dying glow of the fire, and I see them. Dottie has fallen asleep on the large sofa, curled on her side. And curled up with her, her small body tucked into the curve of Dottie's, is Angela. The puzzle lies forgotten on the rug, a half-finished landscape. They are a perfect, self-contained unit of warmth and peace. Dottie's hand is resting on Angela's back, and on her finger my great-grandmother's ring catches the last of the firelight. I stand there in the darkness and simply watch them. And as I do, a profound and devastatingly simple clarity descends upon me. The farm, the sprawling acres of trees, the old house, the workshop full of memories. I have been fighting for it, executing a complex and deceptive strategy to secure it as my own. And I realize in this quiet, unguarded moment that without them, It is all just wood and stone and dirt. It is a beautiful, empty stage. The clause in my grandfather's will was never about finding a wife. It was a desperate, brilliant gambit to force me to understand this exact moment. The inheritance was not the farm. It was the lesson. I have not failed the test. I have against all odds passed. I know what I must do. This cannot be a transaction any longer. It cannot be a performance that ends on Christmas Day. On Christmas Day, after the lawyer has confirmed the inheritance, after the logistical components are complete, I will make her a new offer. A real one. No contracts, no clauses. A real life. With me. With Angela. Here. A new sense of purpose, clean and sharp, cuts through the chaos in my mind. I walk to the study, my movements silent but sure. I retrieve my leather briefcase and open it, the combination lock clicking softly in the quiet house. I bypass the business files and pull out the one I am looking for. The DOA agreement. I walk back into the great room and stand before the fire. I look at the cold, clinical words on the page. Client. Contractor. Compensation. It is a disgusting document, a testament to the cold, empty man I was just a few short weeks ago. I look over at the two people sleeping on the sofa, the two people who have systematically dismantled that man and rendered him obsolete. Then I toss the contract into the glowing embers of the fire. I watch the corners of the paper curl, turning black. I watch the words that started this whole charade dissolve into smoke and float up the chimney. I watch the physical representation of our lie burn away, leaving nothing but the truth.
Chapter 25. Dottie. The Weaver house on Christmas Eve is pure magic. Every surface glows. The great room is lit by the magnificent, glittering tree and a roaring fire that crackles and spits, sending the scent of wood smoke and pine into the warm air. The long, formal dining table is a work of art, laden with roast turkey, glazed ham, and a dozen side dishes I don't have names for. It is set with the family's best china and silver, all of it gleaming in the soft, flickering glow of 100 candles. The atmosphere is thick with a joy so palpable it feels like a physical presence. Laughter rings out, stories are told, and the low, joyful murmur of a large family sharing a meal weaves it all together. I do not feel like an imposter. I am seated between Dennis and his father, wearing a simple velvet dress I'd bought on sale last year, a hopeful purchase for a fancy event I never thought I'd attend. Angela is at a nearby kids' table with her cousins, her face alight with a joy so pure it makes my heart ache in the best possible way. She is happy, she is safe. My pragmatic, anxious brain, the one that runs cost-benefit analyses on every decision, is blessedly, miraculously silent. Dennis has been a different person all day. The attentive, warm man from our perfect afternoon on the ice has remained. He is constantly by my side, not in a performative, contractual way, but with a quiet, steady presence that feels like an anchor. He keeps finding reasons to touch me, a hand on the small of my back as we walk into the dining room, his knee pressing against mine under the table. His mother leans across the table, her smile warm. Dottie, what were your Christmas Eves like growing up? Do you have any special traditions? A pang of bittersweet memory hits me, but it is not a sad one tonight. My sister and I always opened one present on Christmas Eve, I say, my voice soft. It was always a new pair of pajamas from our mom. We'd put them on and then watch It's a Wonderful Life with a big bowl of popcorn. Oh, how lovely, she says. As I speak, I feel Dennis's hand find mine in my lap, under the cover of the white tablecloth. He doesn't just take it. He laces his fingers through mine, his thumb beginning to stroke a slow, soothing circle over my knuckles. It is not a gesture for the crowd. It is a secret, intimate message just for me. A warmth spreads from our joined hands, moving up my arm and settling deep in my chest. My breath hitches. His father tells a long, rambling, and hilarious story about the time a 10-year-old Dennis tried to build an automated rocket-powered sleigh for Santa, a project that ended with a small explosion and a very angry Canada goose in the workshop. Dennis groans in mock embarrassment, but he is smiling, a real relaxed smile that makes him look 10 years younger. I squeeze his hand, and he squeezes back. This feels real, all of it. After the main course, as dessert and coffee are served, Grandma Weaver stands, tapping her glass with a spoon. A fond, expectant silence falls over the room. Every year, she begins, her voice rich with emotion. I look around this table, and I am reminded of what a true inheritance is. It is not property or stock portfolios. It is this. It is family. It is the laughter and the love that we build together year after year. Her eyes, bright and full of a love so fierce it is almost overwhelming, find mine. It is the joy of watching our circle grow, of welcoming new beginnings and the new members of our family who make that circle stronger and more complete. She raises her glass, her gaze sweeping from me to Dennis, and then over to Angela at the kids' table. To family, the ones we are born with, and the ones we are lucky enough to find. To family, the room echoes. Tears prick my eyes, and I cannot stop the happy, watery smile that spreads across my face. Dennis lifts my hand from my lap and presses a soft kiss to my knuckles, his eyes never leaving mine. I look around the candlelit room, at the happy, smiling faces of this loud, chaotic, wonderful family. I see Angela, her mouth smeared with chocolate, giggling with her new best friend. I feel the solid, warm weight of Dennis's hand holding mine. The heirloom ring on my finger, feeling not like a prop, but like a promise. The thought, bright and clear and full of a hope so powerful it steals my breath, rises up from a place I thought had died with my sister. This is it. This is a home. I am home. The feeling is so perfect, so complete, that I want to bottle it up and keep it forever. And that is when the sound cuts through the warm, happy buzz of the room. The sharp, deliberate sound of a knife tapping against a crystal glass. The laughter and conversation falter, then die. Every head turns. Julian is on his feet, a smug, triumphant smile plastered on his handsome face. He holds his champagne flute high, a parody of my own soaring joy. "If I may have your attention," he says, his voice oily and loud in the sudden, expectant silence. "I have an announcement to make as well."
Chapter 26. Dennis. The sound of Julian's knife tapping against his crystal glass is a declaration of war. I feel it instantly, a cold dread that cuts through the warm, perfect bubble of the evening. Dottie's hand, still in mine under the table, goes rigid. Julian is standing, a smug, theatrical smile playing on his lips. He is an actor taking center stage, and he is reveling in the sudden, captive silence of his audience. "If I may have your attention," he says, his voice oily and loud. "Grandmother's toast was so beautiful, all about family and new beginnings. It seems we have so much to celebrate tonight. In fact, I have just discovered the true story of Dennis and Dottie's whirlwind romance. A story so modern, so efficient, I thought. As a family, we should all share in it." His eyes, glittering with malice, find mine. He knows. I'm not sure how he knows, but the certainty of it is a cold, sharp thing in my gut. My thumb, of its own volition, begins to tap a frantic, silent rhythm against Dottie's hand. This is an attack. My mind races, cycling through countermeasures, but I am operating with zero intelligence. I do not know the nature or the scope of the threat. "What are you talking about, Julian?" my father asks, his voice full of mild, festive confusion. "Get on with it." "Oh, I will," Julian says, his smile widening. "It is a classic love story, really, a tale of supply and demand. You see, our Dennis found himself in need of a stable, loving relationship. And the brilliant Miss Adley, well, she was in the market for some venture capital. He pulls his phone from his pocket. Luckily for us, they wrote it all down. A love letter for the ages. Julian, stop. My voice is a low, cold command, but it has no effect. He's beyond my authority here. He points the phone at the large, blank, cream-colored wall behind my grandmother. A small, portable projector, an innocuous device I now recognize as a weapon of mass destruction, whirs to life. A bright rectangle of light appears on the wall. An image flashes, blurry at first, then snapping into a cruel, undeniable focus. It is a document, black text on white paper. It is the contract. What in God's name is that? My mother whispers, squinting at the wall. My blood runs cold. A system-wide failure cascades through my entire being. I see the words, my own cold, transactional words, magnified and projected for all to see. DA agreement. This agreement is entered into by and between Dennis Weaver, herein referred to as the client, and Dorothy Adley, herein referred to as the contractor. Contractor? One of my cousins says, confused. Julian chuckles, a low, ugly sound. Oh, that's just the beginning. Let me read my favorite part aloud for those in the back. He clears his throat theatrically. In consideration of the sum of $250,000, the contractor agrees to perform the role of fiancé. A series of shocked, strangled gasps ripple around the table. The silence is absolute. It's a thick, suffocating thing, a physical pressure that seems to suck all the air from the room. The happy, festive atmosphere of moments ago has not just vanished, it has been murdered. I force myself to look away from the wall. I look at my grandmother. Her hand is pressed to her mouth, her face a mask of shattered, heartbroken disbelief. The warm, loving light in her eyes has been extinguished, replaced by a look of profound, wounded betrayal that is physically painful to witness. My mother is pale, her eyes wide with horror, and they are fixed on Dottie with a look of terrible, aching pity. "Turn that damn thing off!" my father roars, slamming his hand on the table. But the damage is done. The words are seared into the memory of everyone in this room. My own fury at Julian is a distant, secondary thing. My primary operating system is consumed by a single, catastrophic error. I turn my head, the movement feeling slow and heavy, and I look at Dottie. She's not looking at the wall. She's not looking at my family. She's looking at me. And the look in her eyes is the most devastating thing I have ever witnessed. It is not anger. It is not even sadness. It is a terrifying, hollow emptiness. A void. I see the exact moment. The light. The hope. The fragile, beautiful thing that had bloomed between us dies. It is in execution, and I signed the order. I feel a sensation like a physical void opening in my own chest, a sudden, shocking absence of air, of gravity, of meaning. My grip on her hand, which I had not even realized I still held, feels like a violation. I let go, and her hand falls into her lap like a stone. My mother's voice is a pained whisper. "Dottie, dear, is this true?" The question lingers in the air, a final, brutal spotlight. Dottie takes a slow, steadying breath. I watch as some internal switch is flipped, the wounded woman disappearing, replaced by the cool, competent professional I first saw during the Champagne disaster. She is managing her own personal apocalypse. She rises to her feet, the scrape of her chair leg against the polished wooden floor a single, horrible, loud sound in the dead silence. She does not look at me. She looks at my grandmother, and for a second her mask of composure cracks, revealing a flash of genuine, profound regret. Her voice, when it comes, is a dead, flat thing. A voice I do not recognize. A voice stripped of all its warmth, all its wit, all its life. I need to go back. She turns and walks out of the room. She does not run. She does not cry. She simply leaves, her back straight, her head held high. and I am left sitting there, unable to move, unable to breathe, in the cold, silent ruins of everything.
Chapter 27. Dottie. I do not remember walking up the stairs. My body moves on a numb, remote autopilot that my brain has no control over. One foot in front of the other, the plush runner on the grand staircase, the polished wood of the hallway, the cool brass of the doorknob to the guest suite that was, for a few beautiful, stupid hours, our room. The moment the door clicks shut behind me, the silence is a physical blow. The beautiful room, with its cozy fireplace and enormous four-poster bed, feels like a crime scene, a stage where I willingly, foolishly played the part of the happy fiancé, the part of the lover. My mind is a blank white noise of humiliation and shock. I move automatically, pulling my suitcase from the closet, laying it open on the bed where we slept just last night. I pull open drawers, my movements jerky and robotic. I am an event planner executing an emergency evacuation. That is all. I cannot afford to be anything else right now. If I stop to feel, I will shatter into a million pieces. I am meticulously folding a sweater, a perfect, crisp fold because of course it is. When the door to the adjoining room opens, Angela stands there, rubbing her eyes, a stuffed unicorn clutched in her hand. The cousins' movie must have ended. "Aunt Dottie?" she asks, her voice small and sleepy. "What are you doing?" "Grandma said there was an announcement." My heart, a thing I thought had ceased to function, cracks down the middle. I force my legs to move, to kneel in front of her, to somehow shield her from the shrapnel of the bomb that just detonated downstairs. I force a smile onto my face that feels like it is ripping my skin. "Hey, sweetie," I say, my voice becoming a high brittle thing. "I have a surprise. The mission is over. We did such a good job making Dennis's family happy that we get to go home early. We're going to have our own Christmas, just us." Her small brow furrows in confusion. "But I thought we were going to live here with Denny Claus." "That was just part of the game, remember?" I say, the lie a thick, ugly thing in my throat. "The game is over now. We won." Oh, she looks so disappointed, so confused. And it is a fresh hot poker to my already wounded heart. This is my fault. I did this. I let her believe in a fairy tale because I started to believe in it myself. There is a sharp knock on the main door before it swings open. Dennis. He stands in the doorway, his face a mess of panic and regret. He looks utterly wrecked, and a cruel, vicious part of me is glad. "Dottie, please," he says as a low, desperate sound. "Just give me 5 minutes. Let me explain." I stand up, moving to place myself between him and Angela. "Explain what?" I ask, and my voice is pure ice. "Which part requires clarification? The part where I'm a contractor or the part where my compensation is $250,000? It all seemed pretty straightforward, projected in 4-foot letters on the dining room wall. "That is not what it became," he says, taking a step into the room. "You know that. The library, that was not... The library was part of the performance, right?" I cut him off, my voice dripping with a venom I did not know I possessed. A bonus feature to ensure my authenticity. God, you are a phenomenal actor, Dennis. I will give you that. That whole sad story in the workshop, the look on your face at the tree lighting, was that all just to make sure I was selling it? You can tell me I am no longer on the clock. Every word is a perfectly sharpened dart, and I watch with a cold, detached satisfaction as each one hits its mark. He flinches, the color draining from his own face now. "No," he says, his voice raw. "That is not true." "Isn't it?" I laugh, a harsh, ugly sound. "It does not matter. The show is over, The contract is terminated. I walk over to the suitcase and zip it shut with a loud final rip. The agreement still stands, he says, his voice regaining a sliver of its old transactional tone. The money is yours. I will have the full amount wired. No. I turn to face him, my voice dropping to a low, furious whisper. I do not want your money. I want nothing from you. This was a mistake, a stupid, humiliating mistake, and I will not be paid for it. I grab my purse and the handle of my suitcase. I take Angela's small, warm hand in mine. Come on, baby. Let's go home. I walk toward the door. Dennis is standing there, a statue of defeat. For a moment, I think he will block my way, but he just looks at me, his eyes full of a desperate, pleading agony. I walk past him without a glance, pulling Angela along with me. The walk down the grand staircase is a gauntlet. The family is all there, standing in stunned, silent groups in the foyer, their faces a mixture of pity and confusion. I see Grandma Weaver, her hand over her heart, her face a mask of pure, heartbroken sorrow. I cannot meet her eyes. I cannot bear her kindness, her disappointment. I keep my gaze fixed on the front door, my head held high, and I walk. The cold night air is a relief. A taxi I had called on my way upstairs is already pulling up the drive, its headlights cutting through the darkness. I get Angela settled in the back, buckling her in, before loading our suitcases in the trunk. I slide in beside her and close the door, the sound of final, definitive end. As the taxi begins to pull away, I allow myself one last look back at the house. Dennis is standing alone in the brightly lit doorway, a solitary figure framed by the warm, cheerful, mocking glow of the Christmas lights. He looks smaller, lost in the warm world he created and then so thoroughly destroyed. The taxi turns onto the main road, and the house, my beautiful, fake home, disappears from view.
Chapter 28. Dennis. The front door closes behind her, the sound a soft, final click that echoes in the cavernous silence of the house. The warm, festive lights of the foyer glitter off the polished floor, illuminating a scene of utter devastation. My family stands frozen, a collection of stunned, silent statues. The only person who seems capable of movement is Julian, who takes a slow, triumphant sip of his champagne. I am paralyzed. My logical mind is frantically trying to process the cascade of system failures, but there are too many. It is a total system crash. Dottie is gone. Angela is gone. The warmth, the chaotic, beautiful life that had invaded this house has just walked out the door and into a taxi. Well, Julian says, his voice a smug, oily slick in the silence. I suppose that settles the matter of the inheritance. My father takes a menacing step toward him. You will be silent, he says in a dangerous growl I have not heard since I was a child. I've done this family a service, Julian retorts, puffing out his chest. I have exposed a fraud. You have destroyed a Christmas Eve dinner and humiliated a guest in our home, my mother says, her voice trembling with a quiet, steely rage. You will go to your room. Julian scoffs, but, seeing the look on my father's face, wisely retreats up the grand staircase. His victory is hollow. He has won the battle, but he has lost the respect of everyone in this house. It is a small, insignificant consolation. I finally force my legs to move. I need to find my grandmother. I find her in the great room, standing before the magnificent, glittering Christmas tree. Her back is to me, but I can see the rigid set of her shoulders. Grandmother, I say. My own voice sounds foreign, a useless tool. She does not turn. The woman I met a few days ago, she says, her voice quiet but impossibly heavy, was warm and funny, and so very full of love for her niece. The woman your contract described was an employee, a contractor. I do not know how to reconcile those two things, Dennis. I can explain. Can you? She asks, finally turning to face me. The warm, loving light in her eyes is gone. now replaced by a look of profound, shattered disappointment that is more painful than any anger could ever be. Can you explain how you brought that sweet child into our home, let her call you her Christmas daddy, and allowed her to believe in a fantasy that you knew had an expiration date? Can you explain that in a way that is not monstrous? I cannot. There are no words. There is no logical explanation that can fix the damage I have done. I thought not, she says, her voice breaking on the last word. She walks past me without another glance, leaving me alone in the vast, silent room, a ghost in my own home. The rest of the night passes in a blur of suffocating silence. Christmas morning dawns, gray and bleak. The house, still beautifully decorated, feels like a tomb. A few of the cousins have unwrapped their presents, but the usual joyful chaos is absent, replaced by a somber, joyless atmosphere. My family moves around me, through me, but not with me. I am an island of my own making. Just before 10 o'clock, the doorbell rings. It is Mr. Abernathy, the family lawyer, his face a mask of professional sympathy. "Dennis," he says with a grave nod as I let him in, "I was so sorry to hear of last night's events." "You have heard, then?" I state. "It is not a question." "I have," he says. "Julian called me first thing this morning to declare your failure to meet the terms of the clause." He clears his throat. "However, my purpose in coming here is unrelated to that. I was under a strict set of instructions from your grandfather. I was to deliver this to you personally on Christmas morning, regardless of any other outcome." He hands me a thick, cream-colored envelope sealed with my grandfather's wax signet ring. My name is written on the front in his familiar, elegant script. I take it, the paper feeling heavy and significant in my hands. I retreat to the study, his study, and close the door. I sit in his old leather chair and stare at the envelope. I expect more legal jargon, a final, sentimental addendum to the will. I break the seal and unfold the letter. "My dear Denny," it begins, and the old nickname is a fresh wound. "If you are reading this, it is Christmas morning. I do not know the circumstances under which you are reading it. I do not know if you have a wonderful woman by your side, or if you are alone. But I know you. I know you were taught by your parents that love is a balance sheet, a transaction to be managed for maximum gain and minimum risk. They are good people, your parents, but they are catastrophically wrong about this one thing. A life without emotional risk, my boy, is a life unlived. I have left you a beautiful, valuable, and ultimately meaningless plot of land. I fear you have spent the last few weeks treating the clause in my will as a hostile takeover, a problem needing to be solved with the same cold logic you apply to your business dealings. I hope, with all my heart, that I am wrong. The clause was never about the farm. It was never about you finding a wife. It was a desperate, clumsy gambit from an old man who loves you. It was a cage I built in the hopes that you would not try to pick the lock, but instead learn to live inside it, just for a little while. I wanted you to feel the weight and the warmth and the infuriating, beautiful messiness of a real, loving partnership. I wanted you to feel what a real home feels like. The farm was always yours, Dennis. From the moment you were born, it is my gift to you with no conditions. I only pray you learn the lesson. That was to be my true inheritance to you. The letter slips from my numb fingers, the heavy paper fluttering to the floor. The sound is impossibly loud in the silent room. He knew. He knew all along. The farm was never the prize. The beautiful, chaotic, loving family I had built, and then systematically destroyed. That was the prize. The inheritance was not the farm, but the lesson, and I have just failed the test.
Chapter 29. Dottie. I wake on Christmas morning to the scent of a cheap cinnamon apple candle and the sound of a city bus hissing its brakes on the street below. For one blissful, disoriented second, My brain expects the scent of pine and wood smoke, the deep, quiet rumble of a house full of sleeping weavers. Then reality comes crashing back in, a cold, gray wave of it. I am home, in my small, cramped apartment that suddenly feels like a cage. The magic is gone, the snow globe has been shattered, and I am left standing in the wreckage. My body is a leaden weight of exhaustion and unshed tears. Every muscle aches with the effort of not falling apart. But I cannot fall apart. Because in the next room, a 7-year-old girl is sleeping, and for her, today is still Christmas. I force myself out of bed, pulling on my most festive sweater, a bright red thing that feels like a costume for a role I am not equipped to play. I plaster a smile on my face and walk into the living room. "Merry Christmas, sweetie." My voice sounds high and brittle to my own ears. Angela is already awake, vibrating with an energy that is both beautiful and painful to watch. "Merry Christmas? Did Santa come?" "He sure did," I say, gesturing to the small, respectable pile of presents under our tiny tinsel-covered tree. For a moment, my mind flashes to the enormous, majestic fur in the weaver's great room, a mountain of beautifully wrapped gifts piled beneath it. I shove the image away. This is our Christmas. It is enough. We spend the next hour in a flurry of torn wrapping paper and happy squeals. She gets the ridiculously large stuffed unicorn she'd been dreaming of, a new set of sparkly markers, and a stack of books. Her joy is pure and perfect, a tiny bright sun, in the middle of my own personal winter. I bask in its warmth, letting it chase away the worst of the shadows. But I know the question is coming. She is sitting in the middle of a sea of paper, hugging her new unicorn, when she looks up, her face suddenly serious. Is Denny Claus coming over later, with his presents? The knife, which had been resting quietly in my gut, gives a sharp, vicious twist. I take a deep breath, the smile on my face feeling tight and painful. "Oh, honey," I begin, moving to sit on the floor beside her. "Denny Claus got really busy with his family. He had to stay at the farm, but he sends you the biggest Christmas hug, and he told me to tell you that you were the best helper he's ever had on a secret mission." It is a lie, a kind lie, a necessary one, but it tastes like acid in my mouth. "Oh," she says, her face falling with a look of such profound, childish disappointment that it nearly breaks me. "So, he is not my pretend Christmas daddy anymore?" "The mission is over, sweetie," I say softly, my heart cracking. "We won, remember? We did our job." "Okay," she whispers, hugging her unicorn tighter. She tries for a brave smile, but I can see the wobble in her lower lip. She is 7. She does not understand contracts or lies or the devastating cruelty of broken, emotionally stunted billionaires. She only understands that the funny, grumpy man who carried her when she scraped her knee is not here. The rest of the day is a performance. I suggest we bake cookies. We watch It's a Wonderful Life. I initiate a dance party to a Christmas pop station. I do anything and everything to keep the joy alive, to keep that sad, confused look from returning to her face. It is the most exhausting performance of my life. Later, after Angela is happily playing with her new toys, the weight of the day becomes too much. I escape to the kitchen, my cell phone a lifeline in my hand. "He is a bastard, Chloe," I say the moment my best friend answers. "A manipulative, emotionally stunted, beautiful bastard." "I have my Key His Car playlist queued up and ready to go," she says, her voice thick with righteous fury on my behalf. "Tell me everything." I recount the entire humiliating story. The projection on the wall, the cold legal words, the looks on the family's faces, the deadness in Dennis's eyes when I told him to keep his money. "You told a billionaire you didn't want his $250,000? Chloe asks, a note of awe in her voice. "Dottie, you are a legend. A broke, heartbroken legend, but a legend nonetheless." "I just feel so stupid," I whisper, my voice finally cracking. I let myself believe it. For a whole day, I let myself believe that fairy tales were real. He let you believe it too, she says fiercely. That is on him, not you. We talk until my phone battery is almost dead, until I feel like I can breathe again. After I put a tired but happy Angela to bed, the quiet of the apartment finally descends. The adrenaline, the need to perform, it all drains away, leaving behind a vast hollow emptiness. I slide down the back of Angela's bedroom door, pull my knees to my chest, and I let myself cry. They are not loud, angry sobs. They are the silent, racking, hopeless tears of a woman who has just had her heart broken, not by the end of a love affair, but by the end of a beautiful, impossible dream. Much later, I am sitting in the dark living room, the only light coming from the twinkling lights on our sad little tree, when there is a soft knock on the door. It must be Chloe, armed with wine and a pint of ice cream. Ignoring my protest that I am fine. A watery, grateful smile touches my lips. I wipe the last of the tears from my cheeks and open the door. The hallway is empty. I frown, confused, and am about to close the door when I look down. On my welcome mat, sitting perfectly centered, is a small, perfect pine sapling in a burlap wrap pot. The crisp, clean scent of fresh pine hits me, the smell of Weaver's wintergreen. It is a ghost, a memory, a question. I stare at it. My heart starting a slow, heavy, and deeply unwilling rhythm in my chest. There is no note. There is no one there. There is just the tree.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyler.
Chapter 30. Dennis. The letter lies on the floor, a simple sheet of paper that has just bulldozed the entire foundation of my life. I stare at the words, though I do not need to. They are seared into my brain. The inheritance was not the farm, it was the lesson. A hollow, cavernous feeling opens up inside me. It is not the feeling of loss for a piece of property. The farm, which for weeks has been the singular, obsessive focus of my entire strategic existence, is now just a collection of trees and buildings. An asset. A thing. The true prize, the warm, chaotic, beautiful family I had held in my hands for a brief, brilliant moment, is gone, and I let them go. I did not just fail the test. I have incinerated it, leaving nothing but smoke and ash. I remain in the study for a long time, the silence of the house a crushing weight. The joyous sounds of a typical Christmas morning are absent, replaced by a somber, grief-stricken quiet. I am the epicenter of the devastation, a walking black hole that has sucked all the light from this home. Finally, I force myself to move. I cannot stay here. I walk out of the study and into the great room. My grandmother is there, standing by the window, looking out at the snow. She turns as I enter, and the anger from last night is gone, replaced by a deep, weary sadness that is far worse. "Abernathy told me about the letter," she says, her voice quiet. "Your grandfather was a wise man." "I did not understand," I say. The admission feels almost physical, like a shard of glass in my throat. "No," she says, her gaze impossibly sad. "No, you did not. You saw an issue to be solved, Dennis, a contract to be executed. You did not see the people." She turns back to the window. I do not know if that is a lesson that can be learned in a few weeks. Her words are not an accusation. They are a eulogy for the man she hoped I might become. And in that moment, I know I cannot stay here. My presence is a poison in this house. The farm is not my home. My home walked out the door last night. I retreat to the library, the one place where Dottie and I shared something real, and pull out my phone. My thumb hovers over the screen, my mind racing. My old programming is screaming at me to fix this the way I fix everything, with money. Wire her the full amount. Add an extra 100,000 for damages. A clean, efficient, financial solution. And I see her face in the pantry, the look of utter contempt when I offered her a hardship bonus. It was the wrong move, an insult. Throwing money at this is the old me, the man who wrote the contract, the man who failed the test, the new me, the man who wants to be worthy of the lesson my grandfather tried to teach me, must do something else. My thumb finds the contact for my assistant. She answers on the first ring. Her voice is crisp and professional as ever, even on Christmas Day. "Claire, I require your assistance." "Of course, Mr. Weaver, how can I help?" "I need you to find something for me," I say, my voice urgent, different from my usual calm command. "Information on Dorothy Adley, not her current financials. I need to know about her passion projects, her business plans before she took custody of her niece, any grant proposals, nonprofit work, anything that she cared about." There's a brief pause on the other end of the line. This is not my usual request. "Understood, sir. One moment." I can hear the quiet, rapid clicking of her keyboard. She is a miracle of efficiency. "I am seeing a business plan she drafted 4 years ago for a nonprofit organization. It is called the Starlight Project. The mission statement was to organize and fund holiday events for underprivileged children in the city." The words hit me. Of course, the woman who creates magic for corporate clients dreams of creating it for children who have none. The woman who has so little gives what she can. It is so perfectly, achingly her. "Is there an event like that happening today?" I ask, my heart starting a low, heavy rhythm of a new, terrifying hope. "A Christmas party at a community center? Anything like that in or near her neighborhood?" More clicking. "Yes, sir. I'm seeing a small annual event at the Northwood Community Center, 2 blocks from her apartment address. It is a local charity drive. Based on their website, it appears to be chronically underfunded. The pieces click into place. The board is laid out before me. I know where she is, and I know what I have to do." "Claire," I say, a new, clear sense of purpose solidifying in my chest. "Book me a flight to the city. Immediately. Commercial." "Sir, your jet can be ready in—" "Commercial," I repeat, my voice firm. "And arrange a car for me at the airport. I will drive myself." "Yes, Mr. Weaver." I hang up the phone. I'm done hiding behind my wealth, behind my assistants and my private jets. I'm done solving problems with money. My grandfather wanted me to learn a lesson about what a home truly feels like. Dottie showed me. And now I will go and show her that I have finally learned it. Hours later, I am standing across the street from the Northwood Community Center. It is a humble brick building, a universe away from the gleaming steel and glass of my world. The sound of children's laughter and cheerful Christmas music spills out from the open doorway. I can see colorful handmade decorations taped to the windows. This is her world, a world of genuine warmth, of giving without expectation of profit. It's a world I do not belong in, but it is the only world that matters. I take a deep breath, the cold city air doing nothing to calm the frantic, hopeful, terrified rhythm in my chest. Then I walk across the street and through the open door.
Chapter 31. Dottie. The Northwood Community Center gymnasium smells of stale popcorn, pine-scented floor cleaner, and the unadulterated, chaotic joy of about 50 children high on sugar. It is a world away from the curated perfection of Weaver's wintergreen. The decorations are handmade paper chains, not elegant garlands. The music is coming from a cheap Bluetooth speaker, not hidden surround sound. The cookies are slightly burnt donations from a local bakery. It is imperfect and underfunded and cobbled together with sheer force of will. My will. And it is one of the most beautiful things I have ever created. After the raw, hollowed-out grief of Christmas morning, I needed this. I needed a problem to solve, a chaotic event to manage. I funneled the last of my savings and all of my bruised, aching heart into throwing this party for the neighborhood kids, many of whom would not have much of a Christmas otherwise. Watching their faces, bright with wonder as they meet a slightly too skinny Santa, is the only thing that has kept me from completely falling apart. I am taping up a drooping paper snowflake for the 5th time when the festive noise of the room seems to dim for a moment. A collective energy shifts. I turn, following the gazes of a few of the other parent volunteers, and my breath catches in my throat. He is standing in the doorway, Dennis Weaver. He is wearing a dark, ridiculously expensive-looking wool coat, and he looks as out of place in this humble, chaotic gymnasium as a panther in a petting zoo. He is a ghost from another life, a life of magic and pain that I have been trying desperately to forget for the last 36 hours. My first immediate reaction is a surge of pure hot fury. He tracked me down. He is here to do what he always does, solve a problem with money. He is here to write a check for his guilty conscience and expect that to be enough. Not today. I wipe my sticky hands on my jeans, excuse myself from a conversation with another mom, and march toward him. I am a soldier on a mission, and my objective is to get him the hell out of my life once and for all. "What are you doing here, Weaver?" I ask, my voice a low, dangerous thing. I stop a few feet from him, crossing my arms over my chest. "If you are here to offer me more hardship compensation, you can turn around and walk right back out that door. My soul is not for sale." He takes in my angry posture, my accusatory tone, and he does not flinch. He just looks at me, and the man staring back is not the cold, calculating CEO or the panicked man who shattered my heart. This man looks tired. He looks humbled. The exhaustion in his eyes mirrors my own. "No," he says, his voice quiet but clear over the din of the party. "I am not here to offer you money." He takes a small, hesitant step closer. "I came to ask if you needed any help." The words are so simple, so unexpected, that they completely derail my prepared speech. I stare at him, my mouth slightly agape, searching for the angle, the trick, the hidden clause in his offer. There is none. There is only the raw, desperate sincerity in his eyes. I'm so thrown, so completely disarmed, that I react on pure, cynical instinct. I give him a sharp, disbelieving laugh. "Help? What could you possibly do here?" I gesture around the chaotic room. This is a world of juice boxes and sticky fingers, not boardrooms and stock portfolios. I think you are a little out of your depth. "I am aware of that," he says, his gaze steady. "But I would like to try. I want to say no. I need to say no." Letting him in, even for an afternoon, is a monumentally stupid, self-destructive idea. But I am also exhausted, overwhelmed, and a small traitorous part of me is deeply curious to see what will happen if I say yes. "Fine," I snap, a challenge in my voice. You want to help? Make yourself useful. I grab a cheap, bright red apron from a nearby table, one that has a cartoon reindeer on it, and shove it into his hands. The juice and cookie station is a war zone. Good luck. I turn and walk away, expecting that to be the end of it. I expect him to last 5 minutes before making a polite excuse and retreating back to his clean, orderly world. But when I look back a few minutes later, he is there. He has taken off his multi-$1,000 coat and actually put on the ridiculous reindeer apron. He is standing behind the table, looking deeply uncomfortable but utterly determined, as he attempts to pour red punch into a tiny paper cup while a small boy in a superhero cape tells him a long rambling story. I watch him all afternoon. I watch as his initial, stiff awkwardness slowly, miraculously, begins to melt away. He is clumsy at first, but he is patient. A little girl squeezes her juice box too hard, spraying a sticky red arc all over the front of his pristine cashmere sweater. I see him flinch. A barely perceptible tightening of his jaw, but then he just looks down at the stain, and a small wry smile touches his lips before he grabs a napkin and continues serving cookies. Later, the volunteer Santa has to leave early. There is a moment of quiet panic among the volunteers. Before I can even formulate a plan, I see Dennis, quietly taking the sack of remaining gifts. He does not put on the full suit, but he does put on the slightly too small red Santa hat, and he finds a quiet corner where he sits and talks to each of the remaining children, one by one. He listens, his face serious, as they tell him their Christmas wishes. He is not playing a part. He is simply present. I see Angela, who had been helping me with the craft table, spot him. Her face lights up. "Denny Claus," she yells, and runs over to him, throwing her arms around his legs in a fierce hug. He freezes for a second. Then his hand comes to rest on her head, a gesture of such gentle, protective tenderness that it makes my chest ache. The party finally winds down. The last of the families have gone home, leaving behind a beautiful, glittering disaster of torn wrapping paper, stray ribbons, and cookie crumbs. I am leaning against a wall, a bone-deep exhaustion settling over me when he walks over. He is helping me and the other volunteers stack chairs. His expensive trousers have a smudge of something that looks suspiciously like chocolate on the knee. His dark hair is a mess, dusted with a fine layer of glitter. There is a smear of green frosting on his cheek. He has never looked more handsome. He stops in front of me, a quiet, weary solidarity between us. "You did a good thing here today, Dottie," he says softly. "We did," I correct him, my voice barely a whisper. He looks over at me then, across the joyful wreckage of the room we created together, and he gives me a small, tired, and completely genuine smile. It is a smile that reaches all the way to his eyes, transforming his entire face, and it is aimed directly at me. My carefully reconstructed walls, the ones I have been building with anger and righteous indignation for days, do not just crumble, they detonate. My heart does a wild, stupid, and utterly betraying flip in my chest, a hopeful, idiotic lurch that tells me, against all logic and reason, that I am in very, very deep trouble.
Chapter 32. Dennis. The walk from my car to her apartment door is the longest and most terrifying journey of my life. My heart is a frantic, disorderly thing in my chest. My palms are damp. In my pocket, the small, velvet-covered box feels as heavy as a collapsed star. This is not a calculated business negotiation. There are no terms, no clauses, no exit strategies. The potential for catastrophic failure is 100%. I stand outside her door, the paint slightly chipped, the number 3B slightly crooked. The first time I stood here, I saw this place as a problem to be solved, a temporary asset to be acquired. Now I see it for what it is. A home. My thumb begins its old, frantic tapping against my forefinger, a reflex from a man I no longer wish to be. I force it to be still. I take a single deep breath and knock. The moments stretch. I hear the faint sound of movement from within, then the click of multiple locks being undone. The door swings open, and there she is. Dottie. She looks exhausted. Her hair is pulled back in a messy bun. She's wearing a gray sweatshirt, and her beautiful, intelligent eyes are guarded and wary. The hopeful spark I saw at the end of the party is gone, replaced by the pragmatic, self-protective wall I know all too well. Seeing it is a physical pain, a sharp reminder that I am the one who forced her to rebuild it. "Dennis," she says, her voice flat. There is no welcome in it. "What do you want?" "I need to speak with you," I say, my own voice sounding rougher than I intended. "May I please come in?" She hesitates, her gaze searching mine for an angle, a trick. Her hand is a white-knuckled grip on the edge of the door. "If this is about the party today, thank you for your help. But you really did not have to." "It is not about the party," I interrupt, my voice softer but more urgent. "It is about everything else. Please, Dottie, 5 minutes." After a long, tense moment, she gives a small, reluctant nod and steps back, allowing me to enter. I step into the small, warm space that now feels more like a home than any place I've ever known. It smells of cinnamon and her. Angela's colorful drawings are still taped to the fridge. The unicorn from Christmas morning is sitting on the worn, comfortable-looking armchair. She closes the door but does not move away from it, keeping a safe distance, her arms crossed over her chest. A defensive posture. I am the invading force. I do not know where to begin. My mind, usually so adept at strategic communication, is a blank slate. So I start with the only thing that matters. The truth. "I have been a coward," I say, the words feeling foreign and inadequate in the quiet room. "And I am sorry." Her expression does not change. "You have nothing to be sorry for, Dennis. A deal is a deal. You paid for a performance, and I gave you one. The contract was breached by my failure to maintain professional distance. End of story." Her words are cold, clinical. She is speaking my language back to me, using it as a shield. "No," I say, taking a step closer. She flinches almost imperceptibly. "That is not what happened. I was afraid. My entire life has been an exercise in emotional risk mitigation, a strategic avoidance of the variables I could not control. And from the moment I met you, you have been a beautiful, chaotic, and utterly uncontrollable variable." I see a flicker of something in her eyes. The wall is still there, but it is not as impenetrable as it was a moment ago. "When I woke up next to you back then," I continue, forcing myself to hold her gaze, to be as honest as I have ever been, I felt something I could not categorize, something my logical brain identified as a threat. And so I did what I have been trained to do my entire life. I neutralized the threat. I hurt you because I was a coward, and I did not know how to handle the terrifying, unfamiliar feeling of being happy. It was a cruel and unforgivable thing to do, and for that I am truly, profoundly sorry. She's quiet for a long time, her arms still crossed, but her posture is less rigid. I can see the battle happening in her eyes. "My grandfather left me a letter," I say softly. "He told me the farm was never the prize. The prize was the lesson. He wanted me to learn what a home feels like, what a family feels like." My voice breaks on the last word, a humiliating crack in my composure. "You and Angela, you showed me, and then I destroyed it." Tears are welling in her eyes now, and my own throat feels tight, my chest a hollow ache. "I do not care about the farm, Dottie," I say, taking another step. "It is just wood and land. It is an empty stage. It means nothing without you and Angela to fill it with your noise and your chaos and your light." I stop directly in front of her. "I want it all. The messy holidays, the scraped knees, the arguments about wine temperature. I want to build a life with you. A real one." Her arms have uncrossed now. Her hands are hanging at her sides, clenched into fists. A single tear traces a path down her cheek. This is the moment, the final, terrifying all-or-nothing risk. I pull the small, simple box from my pocket. Her eyes widen as I get down on one knee. It is an archaic, sentimental gesture, and it is the most honest thing I've ever done. The first ring I gave you was an asset, I say, my voice permeated with an emotion I can no longer control. A prop for a transaction. I open the box. Inside is a simple, elegant platinum band with a single deep blue sapphire. This one is a promise. A promise to spend the rest of my life trying to be the man that you and your incredible daughter deserve. I look up at her, my heart a frantic, hopeful, terrified thing. Dorothy Adley, will you make my life beautifully complicated?
Chapter 33. Dottie. I am looking down at Dennis Weaver, a certified grade A billionaire, kneeling on the worn rug in my small, humble living room, and my entire world is tilting on its axis. The air in my lungs seems to have evaporated. Tears are streaming down my face, hot and fast, but they are not tears of grief or humiliation. They are tears of a profound, terrifying, and overwhelming hope. His question hangs in the air between us, a beautiful, impossible thing. Will you make my life beautifully complicated? My voice is gone, stolen by the sob that is caught in my throat. I can only nod, a frantic, jerky motion. I nod again and again, a silent, desperate affirmation. Finally, I find my breath. Yes, I whisper the word, a ragged, watery sound. Yes, you beautiful, complicated man, yes. The relief that floods his face is a physical thing, a tidal wave of emotion that washes away the last of his guarded composure. He slides the simple, elegant sapphire ring onto my finger. It is not a cold, heavy weight like the first one. This one feels warm. It feels like a promise. It feels like it has always belonged there. He stands, his movements fluid and sure, and pulls me into his arms. The kiss he gives me is not the desperate, frantic passion of the library, nor the sweet, tentative kiss on the ice. This is a kiss of homecoming. It is a kiss that is full of relief and promise, and the quiet, breathtaking certainty of 1,000 forevers. The next 2 days are a dream, a strange, domestic, and ridiculously happy dream. We exist in a bubble of our own making, a world that consists only of my small apartment. We tell Angela our secret mission has been upgraded to a forever mission, and her joyful, ear-splitting shriek of, "For real?" is the sweetest sound I have ever heard. I watch Dennis, this serious, formidable man, get down on the floor and have a tea party with Angela and her stuffed unicorn. And the sight fills my chest with a warmth so profound, it feels like I might actually burst. We talk for hours, filling in the gaps, sharing the real stories of our lives, not the manufactured ones for his family. We are not a client and a contractor anymore. We are Dennis and Dottie, and it is wonderful. But the bubble cannot last forever. We both know we have to go back. We have to face the family we deceived. The drive back to Weaver's Wintergreen is a world away from our first 2 journeys. Angela chatters happily in the back seat, no longer an unknown variable, but a beloved part of the equation. Dennis is driving with one hand, his other holding mine, his thumb stroking lazy circles over my new ring. There is no tension, no awkward silence. There is just an easy, comfortable peace. But as we turn onto the long, snow-lined drive of the farm, a familiar anxiety begins to flutter in my stomach. They have every right to hate me. They have every right to never want to see my face again. Dennis seems to sense my fear. He gives my hand a reassuring squeeze. "I will handle this," he murmurs, his voice a low, steady promise. We are a team now. We walk into the house hand in hand. The festive lights are still twinkling. The magnificent tree still stands in the great room, but the atmosphere is different. Several family members are gathered by the fire, and as we enter, the quiet conversation sputters to a halt. They look at us, their expressions not angry, but sad, wary, and deeply hurt. Julian is conspicuously absent, a small mercy. Dennis does not wait. He steps forward, pulling me gently to his side, his hand a warm, solid presence on my back. He addresses the entire room, but his gaze is fixed on his grandmother. "I owe all of you an apology," he begins, his voice clear and steady, but stripped of its usual corporate authority. It is the voice of a son, a grandson. "I deceived you. I brought Dottie and Angela into this home under false pretenses, and I broke your trust. There is no excuse for that. I was so focused on the terms of grandfather's will that I failed to understand its purpose. I was a coward, more concerned with a piece of property than with the people I love. I am sorry for the pain my lie has caused all of you." He then turns his head, his intense blue eyes finding mine. "And I am most sorry for hurting the woman I love." A collective quiet gasp ripples through the room. It is the first time he has said the words aloud, and hearing them in front of his entire family makes my heart do a wild, soaring flip. The silence that follows his apology is thick with a century of unspoken family history. It is Grandma Weaver who finally moves. She walks toward us. Her eyes, so full of disappointment when I left, are now shining with unshed tears. She looks at Dennis, a long, searching look, and then her gaze shifts to me. A slow, watery, and profoundly beautiful smile spreads across her face. "Your grandfather always said the best gifts are the lessons you have to live," she says, her voice thick with emotion. "It seems you have finally learned yours, Denny." She pulls me into a fierce, surprisingly strong hug. I feel the tension I did not even know I was holding release in a rush, and I hug her back, burying my face in her shoulder, a sob of pure, unadulterated relief catching in my throat. She pulls back, her hands on my shoulders. "Welcome to the family, dear," she says, her voice full of a deep, abiding warmth. For real this time. That breaks the dam. The rest of the family surges forward. The awkwardness and hurt replaced by relieved smiles and welcoming arms. We are enveloped in a sea of weavers, and I do not feel like I am drowning. I feel like I am finally home. Later, after the emotions have settled, Dennis and I are standing on the front porch, looking out at the vast, peaceful, snow-covered landscape of our farm. He wraps his arms around me from behind, his chin resting on the top of my head. We stand there for a long time, just breathing together, the future a bright, beautiful, and unknown territory stretching out before us. He presses a soft kiss to my temple. "So," he whispers, his voice a low, happy rumble against my ear. "How do you feel about a summer wedding?"
Chapter 34. Dennis. The farm is alive. It is a warm, brilliant day in late June, and Weaver's wintergreen is awash in 1,000 shades of green. The air, which I have always associated with the crisp, clean scent of pine and snow, is now thick with the sweet perfume of my grandmother's climbing roses and freshly cut grass. It's a different kind of magic, a vibrant, breathing life that mirrors the profound, unseasonable transformation that has taken place within my own chest. I stand in the master bedroom, our bedroom, adjusting the knot of my tie. It is a simple, dark blue silk, not the corporate armor I used to wear. Through the open window I can hear the soft, cheerful notes of a string quartet and the low, happy murmur of our guests finding their seats on the lawn below. The door opens and my father steps inside, holding 2 glasses of whiskey. He is wearing a suit that is remarkably similar to mine. He looks happy, genuinely, uncomplicatedly happy. "A little something for the nerves," he says, handing me a glass. "I am not nervous," I state, though I take the glass. He chuckles, A warm, familiar sound. Right. Of course not. You are just about to enter into a lifelong merger with the most formidable woman I have ever met. Nothing to be nervous about. He raises his glass. Your grandfather would be so proud today, son. Not of the farm, of the man you have become. His words are a simple, profound blessing, a quiet acknowledgement of the long, difficult road that has led me to this room, to this day. Thank you, Father, I say, and the words are not just a formality. I mean them. We clink glasses, a silent, comfortable understanding passing between us. A few minutes before the ceremony is to begin, there is a soft knock on the door. I open it to find Angela, a vision in a pale yellow dress, a crown of small white flowers in her braided hair. She is holding a small basket overflowing with rose petals. She looks so much older than the small unicorn-clad girl I first met less than a year ago. You look beautiful, Angela, I say, my voice thick with an emotion I no longer try to suppress. You look handsome, Denny, she replies, her expression serious. She steps into the room and looks up at me. Are you going to be my for-real dad now? I crouch down in front of her so we are at eye level. I take her small, petal-dusted hand in mine. I have been your for-real dad since the day you fell off that swing, I tell her honestly. This just makes it official. Her face breaks into a brilliant, gap-toothed smile. Good, she says, and throws her arms around my neck in a fierce, sudden hug that is the single greatest gift I have ever received. When I finally stand at the small, flower-adorned altar on the lawn, my family is all there, their faces full of a warmth and love I'm only now learning how to accept. Even Julian is here, looking subdued and remarkably unremarkable in the crowd. My past is present, but it no longer has any power over me. Then the music shifts. Angela begins her slow, careful walk down the aisle, scattering her rose petals with an intense, joyful concentration. And then I see her. Dottie. She's walking toward me on her best friend, Chloe's arm, and the world simply stops. She's wearing a simple, elegant, ivory-colored dress that flows around her like liquid moonlight. Her beautiful, dark skin glows in the summer sun. But it is not the dress or the flowers or the perfection of the day that makes my breath catch in my chest. It is the look on her face. The brilliant, radiant, and completely unguarded love in her eyes aimed directly, entirely at me. She reaches my side and I take her hand. It is warm, steady, and it feels like coming home. The ceremony is a blur of gentle words and quiet promises. Then it is time for the vows. My vows. I turn to her, my heart a full, steady thing in my chest. Dottie, I begin, my voice clear and strong. For my entire life, I operated under a series of false assumptions. I believed that love was a liability, that emotion was an inefficiency, and that a well-managed life was one free of messy, beautiful complications. That was not a life. It was a balance sheet. You and Angela have taught me the truth. You are the variable I did not anticipate, the one that has rewritten my entire source code. I slide the simple gold band onto her finger next to the sapphire that matches her eyes. I cannot promise you a life without risk or messiness, but I promise to love you through all of it. I promise to be your partner, your friend, and your home. I promise to spend the rest of my life being worthy of the lesson you have taught me, that the greatest inheritance is a life full of beautiful, complicated love. Tears are shining in her eyes as she speaks her own vows, her voice thick but sure, promising to be my partner in all things, to build a life with me, to love the grumpy, soft-hearted man she has unearthed. The pastor smiles. By the power vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. I lean in and kiss my bride, a deep, profound kiss full of all the promises we have just made. The applause of our family is a distant, happy sound. I pull back and look at her, my wife, and a final, perfect, and irrefutable truth settles into my soul. My grandfather did not leave me this farm. He led me to this woman, to this child, to this life. This is my inheritance, and it is priceless.
Chapter 35. Dottie. The door to the master bedroom clicks shut, and for the very first time today, we are completely, utterly alone. The distant happy sounds of our wedding reception, the music, the laughter of the Weaver clan, fade away, leaving us in a quiet, intimate bubble of our own making. Dennis leans his forehead against the solid wood of the door, his eyes closed for a moment, as if he's gathering himself. He is my husband. The words are a wild, beautiful, impossible song in my head. "Hello, wife," he says, his voice becoming a low, rough growl that sends a shiver of pure, delicious anticipation straight through me. "Hello, husband," I whisper back. He turns and stalks toward me, his movements slow, deliberate, and full of a predatory grace that makes my knees feel weak. He doesn't stop until he has backed me up against the wall, his large, powerful body caging me in. The scent of him, clean soap, summer night, and pure, undiluted Dennis, fills my senses. "I have waited all day for this," he murmurs, his hands coming up to cup my face, his thumbs stroking my cheekbones. "I have waited my entire life for this." The kiss he gives me is not the chaste, public kiss from the altar. This is a kiss of possession, of celebration, of 1,000 nights of pent-up want. It is deep and wet and utterly consuming, and I meet him with equal force, my hands fisting in his dark, perfect hair, pulling him impossibly closer. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. "So, Mr. Weaver," I whisper, my voice full of a happy, sleepy contentment. "What is the plan now?" He rolls over, pulling me flush against his chest. He kisses me a slow, deep, and infinitely tender kiss that is full of promises. "Just this," he murmurs against my lips, over and over again, for the next 60 years. He is quiet for a moment, his hand stroking my hair. "I was thinking," he says, his voice a low, thoughtful rumble. "This room is large, very large." "Is it?" I ask, pressing a kiss to his chest. "Yes," he says. "Large enough, I think, for a crib in the corner." Our gazes lock, full of smiles and love. Then, we meet for another kiss that will last for a lifetime.
Epilogue. Dennis. 4 years later, the chisel feels warm and comfortable in my hand. The scent of cherry wood, sweet and earthy, fills my grandfather's workshop. My workshop. I'm putting the finishing touches on a small, hand-carved wooden train for Henry, a replica of the one my grandfather made for me when I was a boy. My hands, which once only knew the cold, hard certainty of a keyboard or the impersonal leather of a steering wheel, are now calloused and capable in a way I never thought possible. The frantic, anxious tapping of my thumb and forefinger is a distant memory, a ghost of a man I no longer am, replaced by the patient, steady work of creating something with love. Through the large workshop window I can see the farm, our farm, blanketed in the first heavy, silent snow of the season. It is Christmas time again. But it is not the tense, high-stakes holiday from years ago. It is a time of deep, unshakable peace. I look up toward the main house. A warm golden light is on in the window of what used to be my study. It is Dottie's office now. From that room, she runs Adley events at Weaver's Wintergreen, a thriving, wildly successful business that has brought new life to this old land. She has filled these quiet acres with the joyful sounds of rustic chic weddings, the focused energy of corporate retreats, and her own brilliant, unstoppable competence. She did not just join my world. She transformed it. As I watch, the front door of the house opens and she steps out onto the porch, pulling a heavy coat on over her sweater. My wife, the architect of my reconstruction. Even from here, I can see the gentle, perfect curve of her belly where our second child is growing. A fresh wave of a feeling I can now easily identify as pure, unadulterated joy washes over me. She's looking out at the sprawling lawn, where a flash of bright pink and a smaller flash of navy blue are engaged in a chaotic, giggling chase through the fresh powder. Angela, now a tall, graceful 11-year-old, is chasing her 2-year-old brother, Henry, who is running with the determined, wobbly gait of a very small, very round tank. His laughter is a high-pitched shriek that I can hear even from here, and it is the single greatest sound in the world. I put down my tools. The train can wait. My family cannot. I pull on my own coat and step out of the workshop, the cold, crisp air a welcome shock. The world is quiet. The only sounds the crunch of my boots in the snow and the distant, happy shouts of my children. I walk toward them, my heart a full, steady thing in my chest. Dottie sees me first, and the brilliant, radiant smile that spreads across her face is a thing that still, after all this time, has the power to bring me to my knees. She says something to the kids, and Henry turns, his face lighting up. "Dada!" he yells, and begins to toddle toward me as fast as his small legs can carry him, his arms outstretched. I crouch down, and he barrels into me, a warm, solid, giggling bundle of life. I lift him into my arms, his face a mess of melted snow and a happy grin. He smells of cookies and cold air. "Did you build a fortress without me?" I ask Angela as she runs over, her own cheeks rosy with cold. "Henry is a terrible soldier," she says, with the dramatic sigh of a seasoned 11-year-old. "He keeps trying to eat the walls." I laugh, a real easy sound. I look over Angela's head at Dottie, who has walked over to join us. She places a hand on my arm, her touch a familiar grounding warmth. "Everything okay in the workshop?" she asks, her eyes full of a soft, knowing light. "Everything is perfect," I rumble in a deep tone. I shift Henry to one hip and wrap my other arm around my wife, pulling her, and by extension the new life she carries, close to my side. I pull them all close, the 3 people who are the center of my universe. I bury my face in Dottie's hair, breathing her in. "I love you," I murmur, the words as easy and as necessary as breathing. She looks up, her warm, intelligent eyes full of a future I cannot wait to live, and she pulls my head down for a deep, loving kiss. Angela and Henry, caught between us, let out a chorus of happy, disgusted groans, and we all dissolve into laughter. I look at them, my brilliant wife, my spirited daughter, my joyful son, the new life on the way, all of them framed by the snow-covered pines of this land. My grandfather left me a farm, but Dottie, she gave me a home. A beautiful, messy, complicated home, and it is perfect.